Alright, I'm here. I'm back. I tried to clear my throat and nose and everything as much as I can. Sorry that I'm sick and all. It's so unfortunate that a lot of the games I end up playing are ones where I've got to read a bunch. And then I'm just like sick sounding. And gross. Grosser than I normally am. One could say. Alright, this is the second stream of Process of Elimination. I'm actually excited to dig deep into this one today. The first stream of this, we only got like an hour in. So it's like barely scratching the surface, you could say. But, oh cool, we already can see some of the gallery. Oh, we're 11% of the gallery done. See that shit? Remember when this happened at the beginning of the first stream? And this was pretty close to where we ended. Oh, you can see the leaf, some leaves falling. So it's basically just like the CGs, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's go, baby. So, where we were at was just that we were like drugged by the old man as like a test, not as a test, but he was like, I've scouted you kind of thing. And it was like, oh, this is a detective man. What was his name? Old detective or something? Senior detective, maybe? Old detective. They were like, you're coming to this island, you're coming to my mansion, or here's a tablet. And he came out of a locker, and then he was like, eat your oatmeal. And then he was like, come do a thing, we gotta solve a thing. That's basically where we're at. So he's like following the tablet to wherever we're going. The tablet hums quietly as I trek on. Before long, I see a parting in the trees. A massive heliport stretches before me. To its right, it's a relatively small 3-story building. There's like an eyelash on my glasses. Let me see if I can get it off with a puff of air. That's several puffs of air. Good enough. Though it blocks my line of sight, I assume that the manor is just up ahead at the top of the hill. It might bother me enough that in like an hour I might just go clean my glasses. I can't see without my glasses. Though it blocks my line of sight, I assume that the manor is just up ahead at the top of the hill. The structure here must be the one senior detective warned me against entering. It's not like I really trust the guy, so I'm admittedly a bit curious to sneak a peek inside. I have, these things, right? Yeah. Collection rate. I like how they call it collection rank. Or rate. The roster, we don't have all the other rosters, unfortunately. Can't wait to meet all our cast of characters, our zany, wacky characters. Oh, I just remembered our main character's name is Watto. As well. That's funny to me. It's not like I really trust the guy, so I'm really a bit curious to sneak a peek inside. But as soon as a thought crosses my mind, I suddenly sense a sudden sense of unease washes over me. On my tablet's map, I see numerous circular icons displayed within the building's walls. And not just a handful either. Dozens of icons crowd around like ants swarming over food. Judging by my own marker on the map, I think these icons are all people. But if that's the case, what does this mean? It means there are people there, dude. Come on. Get your head in the game, Watto. My apprehension refuses to die down. I get the sense that going in there would only end in regret, just as senior detective had warned. I need to decide my next step carefully. I will. I get to choose? That's fun. I'm gonna enter the building. No doubt about it. I've got to check this building out first. It'd be risky to just blindly trust senior detective after all. These circular icons are obviously people, which would indicate others already in there. It makes a lot more sense to meet with them here instead of wandering around on my own. Senior detective must be trying to prevent me from joining up with anyone else. That's gotta be it. Uh-oh, did I choose the wrong thing already? I speak aloud, desperately trying to calm my frantic heartbeat. With great trepidation, I slowly approach the entrance. A dark shadow is faintly visible from the glass door of the building. Just as I had suspected, there are other people here. Without a moment of hesitation, I push the glass door open and rush inside. I choose this option just because it's like, I want to meet new people. Of course. Hello, I'm a new member of the Detective Alliance, and... My voice hitches and my eyes widen like saucers as my train of thought comes to a grinding halt. All from the shock of seeing the horrific scene that lay before me. What the hell? That's not what I thought it was going to be. A large mound rests in the open space beyond the entryway. A haphazard pile, black and dead, reeking of rotten cheese and fetid garbage. Convincing myself that's fake, I draw closer. Then, I lock eyes with one, its clouded gaze a stark reminder of our shared mortality. It's heartbreakingly clear this corpse once belonged to a living being. Ew, that was a gross noise. My stomach lurches, its contents spilling from my mouth. I can't take it. Sinking to my knees, I suck in heavy breaths as my heart hammers so hard it threatens to burst. The senior detective must have known. Regret fills me for not heeding his warning. I want to run, to break away and leave this place forever. I desperately focus all my energy into every lungful of air I take. But my pulse won't slow down. In fact, it keeps growing faster. My chest burns like it's on fire. No matter how hard I try to inhale, my chest only aches more and more, until finally, I can no longer breathe. What is happening? I can't... My instincts tells me I've got to get outside, but my limbs are numb from the lack of oxygen, heavy and useless as if I'm deep underwater. I crawl, inching along like a caterpillar, but the exit is too far away. A feeling of doom overwhelms me as my strength ebbs away. I can't breathe. I need air. Can't take any more of this. Please help me. Desperate, I try to scream, but can't muster a sound. The pain is agonizing. All thoughts leave my head. Despite knowing no one will save me, my mind still cries out. Help! Someone, please help! I can't breathe. It hurts. I need to get out. I don't want to die. Help! Somebody, please help me! 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 Help! Something snaps. My vision fails. Release the pain in my chest is finally gone. Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Your guy here just got a fucking game over. This early? This quickly into our second stream? I'm so bad, I'm too curious. I've got curious cat disease. Huh? With a start, I see the heliport stretching before me once more. I take deep breaths, trying to calm myself. The air tastes good somehow. Not sure why, but I feel like I just woke up from a nightmare. He's so quiet. I even tried balancing the audio. Whatever. Oh, right. I was deciding whether I should check out that building or head to the manor. It's whatever. I've boosted talking, enough. And I think it's just our main character when he's kind of like talking to himself. It's weirdly mixed low. Because I think when we were talking with Senior Detective, he was fine enough. But it's whatever. We'll still let it play out. I'm reading on top of it. Everything is fine. We'll deal with it. Just, we notice it, and then we move on. Head to the peak or investigate the building. This could very well be a fateful fork in my path. I need to stay calm, think rationally, and make the right choice here. Is it really going to give me the choice again? I will. What happens if I do it again? I think for everyone's sake, I imagine if it lets me choose it. No doubt about it. I've got to check this building out first. I was literally about to talk myself out of doing it again. What's the button to fast forward? We're gonna have to fast forward it. I wanted to see if it would... I desperately wanted to test the game and see if it would let me pick it or if it was gonna give me different dialogue. What's Auto text, fast forward is L1. Why does it flash when it does the game over again? Let me see it. It's like my brain neurons firing off. Okay. Ignore it and head to the manor. I decided to do what Senior Detective suggested and make my way toward the manor at the peak of the mountain. So, you know what? It's kind of whatever. They allow you to pick the same option. It's not like we trekked a lot and lost a lot of progress as picking seemingly game over. It's just a one-choice thing. It is interesting that it at least gives you, when it dials you back in time, it's like, at least this one time we've seen it so far, it is interesting that it's like, hey, that felt like a nightmare, and then it like presents the option again. So it's a little different. There's some, I don't necessarily want to say in-universe way of explaining dialing back or going back in time, but at least it's somewhat interesting. And again, it doesn't seem like it's super frustrating that we picked the wrong thing. I gotta be honest though, it's not like I tried to pick the bad option. To me, I thought one of two things was gonna happen. I thought we picked the right option, or we were gonna stop at that place and see what was inside no matter what. I thought it was gonna be like a fake illusion of choice, you know? These are the types of things we gotta test early on in this game, you know? See what we're working with. But now we know. I decided to do what Senior Detective suggested and make my way toward the manor at the peak of the mountain. My mentor always chided me for being so rash. Maybe I wouldn't have been abducted if I had just waited for him like I was supposed to. What's more, I get this deep feeling of dread whenever I look at that building to the right of the heliport. I should follow Senior Detective's advice, especially considering that he must have a way better grasp of the situation than me. What is this place, really? This island? I make my way up the mountain, quietly grumbling to myself when suddenly... Are you kidding me? A chill runs down my spine. I quickly turn to look behind me, but the only thing in sight is that building. I get this, don't open the doors, or whatever. I get the strange feeling that going there would have had irrevocable consequences for me. Oh, so if we would have picked the first option, I would assume then we'd still get that flash of like what it was going to be. Curious how often we get like possible choices of bad endings. My uneasiness lingers, but I turn my back and keep going in spite of it. This is gonna sound like a weird comparison to make, and maybe it's obviously a different game than this, but I'm getting, even just now, like an hour into this game, I'm hoping, and I'm getting somewhat sort of similar vibes, obviously slightly different vibes to games, basically like game layouts and stuff, but I'm hoping that this ends up feeling a lot like, what was that game called? Fuck, I'm gonna have to find it in my library. Let me see, because I'm gonna forget. What's it called? I played it on PC, didn't I? Oh, I could probably find it. I typed that wrong. No? Fuck, what was it called? I'm trying to find it. I'm not gonna be able to find it. I'm just a piece of shit. Honjo. Honjo? Was it Honjo? Yes. There we go. In 2023. What was it called? Paranormicite. That was the word I was not remembering. Paranormicite. The 7 Mysteries of Honjo. That was a really good game. Highly recommend that. But yeah, I hope we get like similar vibes to that. Again, obviously different types of games, kind of. But if it's like decent like that, I'd be mighty fine with that outcome here. I continue up the twisting mountain path for about 15 minutes. until at last I arrive at the manor door. It was a gentle incline, but I'm still spent. I wearily take a seat, resting my back against the outside hall of the manor, or wall of the manor. It's the exact kind of setting you'd expect in any mystery novel. The manor's exterior speaks of its age and smells faintly of lumber. It's the manor from Umineko, on Rokenjima Island. During my approach, I could only gasp at the structure's imposing beauty. Upon closer inspection, I notice its windows are constructed from an unnaturally thick glass, impossible to break or peek through. I stand up and circle the perimeter, but there don't appear to be any points of entry aside from the front door. If anything, seems like it was built to house prisoners, not residents. This definitely isn't your average manor. What on earth could be awaiting within? I love how his sprite dips down and he's got his little hand. I slow down and catch my breath. My hand is damp with sweat as I turn the knob of the manor's only entrance. A loud clank rings out as it swings open with ease. The interior seems normal enough. Am I just overthinking things? I ask weakly as I take a step inside. As soon as I let go of the knob, the door closes on its own. Not one moment later. A sharp pain suddenly erupts in my head, causing me to stagger involuntarily. A shadow at my feet expands rapidly. My spine tingles as I feel something rush quickly toward me. Without even a moment of hesitation, I kick out and leap to the side. However, it was a trap. Something slams hard against the back of my skull. The impact sends me flying. My vision swims, my mind already fading. I find myself unable to stand. Then the world fades to white. Oh, it's someone speaking to me in 3 dashes of Morse code. Oh, I was joking earlier, but maybe they are? Well, no, that wouldn't make sense. I don't know. I don't know of any Morse code letters or words that would just be dash, 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 dash.
Oi, oi, こいつ全然起きねえぞ。一発蹴りでもかますか?
Yo, guys, this chump ain't waking up. I was about to kick him around a bit.
Yamato-san, 乱暴はやめようよ。
Don't be so violent, Rowdy. I hear voices nearby.
飛逆パイセンに賛成。暴力とかマジないっしょ。水ぶっかけるくらいでよくね?
I totes side with Doful here. Violence is so not cool. Why don't we just dump a bucket of water on him instead?
渋谷さんも大概過激だな。ここは冷静にね。
That idea is just as extreme downtown. Let's try and consider our options rationally.
もしや心肺が止まっているのではないか。我が速やかに心臓マッサージを。
Mayhaps his vital organs are unresponsive. I shall administer a cardiac massage at once.
その必要はありません。
Everyone's getting their chance.
どうやら目を覚ましたようですよ。
No need for that. I think he's waking up. Oh. I open my eyes, but my vision is blurred. The dizzying pain in my head is unbearable. There's a constant ringing in my ears, and my body won't move an inch. A wave of nausea comes over me, but I manage to stop myself from groaning. What happened? I vaguely recall being hit by something the moment I stepped into the manor. At last, my vision finally clears up. Who are you people? When my eyes refocus, I'm met with several unfamiliar faces and a sturdy rope binding me. I'm tied up, surrounded by a group of strangers. What in the world is going on? Hey, you lousy intruder! She seems cool. Is there, Next page, backlog, hide show text. Yeah, that's what I want. I just want to see the full sprites of these characters. I really like the hair. My jacket's quite dope, too. You lousy intruder! A girl in a sports jacket grabs me by my throat, glowering menacingly. Glowering. She looks to be in her early teens, but her strength is incredible. Can't get a peep out while trapped in her iron grip.
どこの組織の回し者だてめえ。
You got some stones jumping on us on our home turf. What are your spine for? Huh? Huh?
大和探偵さん、落ち着いて。
Let's get a look at this one. Okay. 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 I like the color of the chair. I'm a fan of the color. Calm down, rowdy detective.
落ち着いてられるかよ。こいつは俺たちの仲間をぶち殺した犯人かもしれねえんだぞ。黙りかかりやがったよ。許せねえぜ。
To hell with that. This jamoke might off some of our own. Plus, he won't even give us an answer. I ain't just gonna let that slide.
だけど、首を締め上げたままでは何も話せませんよ。
Well, you can't talk if you're actively choking him. Now can he?
え？
Huh?
おお、科学探偵の言う通りだな。悪かったよ、侵入者。本当にすまねえ。
Crap. You got a point, techie detective. Sorry, intruder. My bad. 100%. The girl in the sports jacket lets me go, then immediately falls to her knees, touching her head to the floor as she apologizes.
顔を上げてください。気にしてませんから。よくわかりませんけど、僕は怪しまれるのに十分な理由があったんですよね。
It's okay. You don't need to grovel about it. I'm still in the dark here, but I get that you have every reason to suspect me.
その通りだが、このままじゃ筋が通らねえ。けじめだ。手痛いのを一発、俺に見舞ってくれ。
That checks out, but it don't make us right. One bad turn deserves another. So come on, hit me.
そんなことしませんよ。というか縛られてるのでできません。顔を上げてください。
No way am I gonna do that. Besides, I can't. I'm all tied up. So please stop bowing.
実は僕も状況が全然わからなくて混乱してるんです。皆さんは何なんですか？それにこの島は
I have literally no
何
idea.
が起こってるんですか？
Got me. I have literally no idea what's happening. Who are all of you? What is this island? What's going on around here? As I ask the so-called rowdy detective my questions, the boy in the wheelchair approaches us.
自らの意思でこの島を訪れたわけではないのですね。それに詳しいことは何もわからないと。
I take it you aren't here of your own volition? You say you aren't informed of the situation, right?
ええ。老子探偵という人に連れてこられたらしいんですが、詳しいことは何も。
Yeah, all I know is that senior detective brought me here.
老子探偵があなたを。
Senior detective? The boy called techie detective cups his chin in thought.
先ほど眼球運動を確認した限り気絶していたのは間違いない。自作自演で気絶していた可能性もあるけど、一度事実として考えた方が良さそうだ。でもあの老子探偵が何の目的も告げずにこの本部まで。
I checked your eyes to verify you were unconscious. We'll just assume it wasn't a self-induced ruse for now. But senior detective bringing you to HQ?
連れてくるなんて何か違和感がある。このお兄さんは僕らとは立ち位置が違うのか。八つ崎港事件の捜査にどう関係があるの？
That doesn't sit well with me. Where do you fit in with the rest of us? What do you have to do with the quartering Duke investigation?
おい、科学探偵ってばよ。
Yo, Earth Detective Detective.
ごめんなさい。ちょっと考え込んでしまって。
Oh, ow. Sorry. I was lost in thought. Rowdy detective pokes techie detective, snapping him out of his trance. Dips his head in apology. I'm as confused as ever right now, but I have heard that these two detectives before.
この人たちの集まりはまさか。
Does that mean that all of them are...
トリマ、その人の縄を解いてあげね。縛ったま
Oh,
ま
she's got a cute design.
どんなプレイだよって感じでキモいじゃん。
I like the deep brown and fall-like colors. Yeah, I like the coat thing, big buttons. Are these getting updated into the roster already? No. You wish. Anyway, should we let the guy loose? Keep drilling him while he's all tied up, and people are gonna think we're into this kind of stuff.
待って、渋谷探偵さん。
Hold on, downtown detective.
何？
Huh? What?
ごめんなさい。
Go on aside.
縄を解くのは すべきだと思うんだ。
Sorry, it's just, we should wait a bit longer, I think. The trendy girl responds with indignation, causing the frail boy to tear up. Nevertheless, he doesn't back down.
敵は20人以上を殺せる毒を有しているわけで、もし彼が敵であった場合、両手が自由になれば微量の毒を撒くだけで僕らを全滅させられる。
Our enemy wields a deadly poison that can kill over 20 people. If this is him, he could wipe us all out just by scattering a trace amount of it.
身体検査もなしに自由にするのは
Is this worrywart detective? Scaredy pants detective? Freeing him without at least a pat down would be far too dangerous.
あーね、うちがせっかちだったわ。ごめんね。
Oh, yeah. Guess I got a little antsy there. My bad. Even though her idea got rejected, the trendy girl called Downtown Detective laughs as if nothing happened.
飛脚探偵さん Thank you。 さすがは序列14位。マジリスペクトなんですけど。
Thanks, doleful detective. No wonder you're number 14. Mad props.
怖がりなだけだよ、僕なんて。ただ、研究棟の皆さんのような犠牲はもう絶対に出したくないから。
Nonsense. I'm just paranoid. Still, I don't want any more victims like all those people in the research facility.
慎重すぎるくらいに行動しよう。
If anything, we need to be overcautious. The somewhat androgynous youth speaks with a voice full of fear. Victims, like those in the research facility. The comment catches my attention, but now isn't the time to be asking questions. Instead, I hold my tongue and continue to watch in silence.
心配無用だぞ、飛脚探偵殿。仮に彼が何かを企んでいようとも、この武装探偵がお主らの身は必ず守り抜こう。
Now I know this could just be a design choice, but again, we're leaning full into cast of characters, and one of them is in some kind of mask or helmet, or in this case, full body armor thing, so we can't see their like true identity. We're hitting all the tropes, all the checklist things here. Gotta love it. Fear not, Sir Doleful Detective. Even should his intentions prove nefarious, I, Armor Detective, swear to protect you. God, I'd hate if my name was Armor Detective. The armored man rests one hand on the youth he called Doleful Detective and the other on Downtown Detective.
ありがとうございます、武装さん。
Now, Downtown.
運動がからきしなので、すごく頼もしいです。
Downtown Detective is pretty cool. As far as the name goes. Downtown? Rowdy from earlier? I would say so far we have two cool names. Downtown and Rowdy. Doleful. Armor. Techie. Lame. Lame names. Sorry. Thanks, Armor. Physical exertion is a lot for me, so I appreciate it. I guess we technically have Senior Detective. Honestly, Senior Detective I'll put in the cool name. It's nothing special, but it's you're like, oh, I'm Senior Detective. I'm dope like that. Though the boy smiles at Armor Detective, Downtown Detective waves off the gauntlet, looking utterly repulsed.
うちは結構です。暑苦しさやばいんで、秒で離れてもらえます？序列32位の武装探偵さん。
Yeah, nah, I'm good. You're like suffocating me. Would you back off, number 32? God, she only cares about number position, doesn't she?
我の序列を覚えてくれているのか。このメンバーで唯一の30位以下だというのに。我は感動したぞ。必ずお主の命を守り抜こう。
Ah, you recall my rank, despite mine being the only one here that is lower than 30. My heart is stirred, I swear on my life to protect you.
皮肉が通じないんですけど。
Take a hint. How annoying can you get? Armored Detective happily strides closer to Downtown Detective. He doesn't seem to notice a look of genuine disgust on her face.
ひとまず探偵デバイスでリーダーに連絡を取ってみたよ。
Moving on, we should touch base with the chief on our D-pads.
探偵デバイス同士の通信なら、この洋館からでも研究棟に通じるみたいで助かったね。
We're lucky our device's signals allow us to communicate from the manor to the research facility. A man who looks like a corporate employee joins the conversation. He holds a familiar tablet-like device in his hands, a D-pad, the trademark of the Detective Alliance. My heart beats fast in spite of myself as I guess at the nature of my company.
ありがとよ、社畜探偵。行動が早くて助かるぜ。
Workaholic. Workaholic. Thanks, Workaholic Detective. You're always so quick on your feet.
ほうれん草は社会人の基本なんてね。そちらの眠り姫についてリーダーに確認も取ってみたけど、どうやら彼も私たち探偵同盟の仲間だそうだよ。
Adulting 101. Plan, do, check, act. As for our sleeping beauty here, I got in touch with the chief, and he is indeed a fellow member of the DA.
念のため君自身にも聞くけど、間違いないよね。
I can't tell if it's just designed, but I do like how the guy named Workaholic Detective does seem to have quite bagginess under his eyes and stuff. To be safe, I would like to confirm with you directly. This is no mistake, right?
はい、間違いありません。まだ探偵デバイスを受け取ったばかりの新人ですけど。
Right, no mistake about it. Though I only just got my D-pad. Honestly, I'm completely new to this. Everything clicks into place as I speak with the man referred to as Workaholic Detective. I knew it. They really are part of the Alliance. And these aren't just any average members. They're so famous even a nobody like me knows of them. There could only be one possible reason why a group of detectives like this would be gathered here. It was the same thing I had been brought for, to discuss how to handle the quartering Duke. They're all here for that meeting, no doubt.
残る謎はまだ探偵ネームも持たない新人がどうしてこの探偵同盟本部にいるのかという点だね。
The only question that remains is, why would a new recruit who lacks even a proper alias be here at Detective Alliance HQ?
君も八つ崎港対策会議に招集されたのかい？
Were you also invited to participate in our discussion regarding how to deal with the quartering Duke?
はい、同志探偵から説明を受けて、自分の探偵デバイスもありますよ。
Yes, senior detective explained it to me. Oh, that's right. I have my own D-pad too.
胸ポケットに入っていたデバイスはやはり君自身のものだったんだね。悪いけど勝手に体を調べさせてもらったよ。
So the one in your shirt pocket really was yours. My apologies. Took the liberty of searching you.
いつの間に。
What? When? I don't know how, but Workaholic Detective is clearly holding my device. The fact he could swipe it without my noticing is terrifying.
それでは少々お手を拝借。
Oh, is it? Now then, if you'd allow me to borrow your hand for just a moment. Workaholic Detective grabs my hand to bypass the D-pad's fingerprint authentication, navigating to the message application with practiced ease. He seems to be checking my invitation to the quartering Duke meeting, which I had been reading just before I fell unconscious.
なるほど。私に届いた連絡と一字一句違わない。確かに君もこの対策会議のメンバーらしいね。
I see. It's the exact same message as the one I received. It appears you truly will be joining us. Relief washes through me at Workaholic Detective's smile, but it doesn't last long.
まあこの島に潜入できるほどのものならメールの偽造なんて簡単に行えるだろうけど。
That being said, anyone capable of infiltrating this island would have no trouble faking a simple email. Workaholic Detective's smile turns grim. His piercing gaze cuts right through me, making my body flare up with goosebumps.
下手なまでしでかすんじゃねえぞ。三途の川の対岸まで殴り飛ばされたくなきゃな。
Making lousy knockoffs, eh? You're asking for a one-way ticket to hell, pal. Courtesy of my fist.
他の探偵さんたちのような独自の気配が君からは一切感じられない。
You
一
don't
体何者なの？
you don't give off that unique presence the rest of us detectives have. Just who are you?
結論を出すには検討材料が不足しすぎています。情報が揃うまでは監視はやむなしかと。
We lack sufficient data for any conclusions. For now, we have no choice but to keep him under surveillance until we can find out more. The other detectives watch me warily. Their eyes make it abundantly clear that they're on high alert. I completely understand why they suspect my exceptional circumstances, but that doesn't make their looks sting any less. Dwelling on doleful detectives' unsettling remarks earlier leads me to wonder what happened to the Detective Alliance.
まあ さ。怪しんでばかりじゃ拉致が開かないし、鳥間うちらに同行させりゃいいんじゃね？
Look, being on edge won't help us at all. So why don't we just, I don't know, bring him along?
老子のじっちゃんも見つけなきゃだしさ。言い争ってる暇とかないっしょ。
We still gotta find Old Man Senior, so it's not like we have time to stand around arguing.
気が合うな、渋谷探偵殿。我も同意見である。証拠が出るまでは彼も仲間の一員でよかろう。
Our minds are as one, Lady Downtown Detective. I fully concur. Let us treat him as a compatriot until more evidence appears.
あんたと同意見なのは天下げなんだけど。
Our minds are miles apart, weirdo, but whatevs.
うち頭悪いからさ。武装ちゃんの言う通り、その人も一緒に連れてっていいと思うわけ。
Call me an airhead, but I'm with armor on this. I think it'd be chill to take him with.
ミステリもので仲間割れとか死亡フラグだしね。
Besides, I know my mystery stories. Splitting up would be like total suicide.
ミステリものって。
Mystery stories, you say? Techie detective smiles wryly as rowdy detective grabs the rope tying me up.
まあ、渋谷の言う通りだな。
Yeah, downtown's got the right idea. Whoa, scared me there. Rowdy detective tears my restraints apart as if they're made of paper. I can now move freely, except for my bound hands. But still, what raw physical strength. It's hard to believe a girl smaller than me can be so powerful.
仲間同士で疑い合ってたら、八つ咲き子の思うツボだ。俺もひとまずあんたを信じることにするぜ。
Mistrusting each other's exactly what the quartering Duke wants. So for now, I'll trust you too.
行動の前に一言確認を取ってほしかったところだけど、私も同意見だよ。先ほど体を調べたとき、何も見つからなかったしね。
Sigh. I wish you'd asked before acting, but at the least, I do agree with the notion. My search didn't turn up anything suspicious.
君にはひとまず我々と行動を共にしてもらおう。ただし今は一刻を争う時代だ。私たちがどんな状況に置かれているかについては、また移動しながら教えるよ。
Until further notice, you'll be coming with us. Seeing as this is a race against the clock, I'll have to catch you up as we move along.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. The detectives head out, one after another. Now that the mood has lightened up a bit, can't help but let out a sigh of relief. Where's that sound effect? I've seen plenty of suspects. Is that the armored suit guy we're walking? I've seen... Yeah, I guess it's like footstep sounds, so then you hear the clank clank. That's funny. I've seen plenty of suspects get interrogated in mystery novels and shows, but never did I expect to be the one in the hot seat. Life sure keeps you on your toes.
そういえば、侵入者さんのことをなんて呼べばいい？まだ探偵ネームないんでしょ？せっかくだし、今決めちゃおうよ。
That reminds me. What should we call you, intruder? You don't have a detective alias. Alias. Oh, I think I did that. Didn't I do that in the first stream of this too? Alias yet, right? It's your chance to pick one.
僕の名前は
Well, my name is... I barely stopped myself from answering Downtown Detective with my real name. Keeping your name secret is the first rule of the Detective Alliance. It could be deadly for your identity to get out between cases. That's why, upon joining the DA, members are given a one-word code name based on a defining characteristic of theirs. What if he just named himself Watto Detective? They would never think that that's his real name. If you're so open about it and you don't act like it's your name, it would be the biggest mystery you could do, you know? I'd be like, my name is Austin Detective. That codename is known as a detective alias. I've longed to have one of my own ever since Mr. Gunjoji told me about them.
僕の探偵ネームは
He's gonna be named like Dork Detective or something, probably. I can feel it coming. Normal detective. Boring detective. Lame guy detective. My detective alias is, despite my yearning for one, it's hard to think of anything on the spot. I have no experience, skills, or defining characteristics. To be perfectly honest, I couldn't even begin to guess why I was let into the Detective Alliance.
いや、悩みすぎっしょ。君さ、見た感じうちより年上っぽいのに、なんでそんなに余裕ないわけ？
What?
人生の先輩がそこまで情けないと、 ぶっちゃけ反応に困るんですけど。
What, is it that hard? You're older than me. Shouldn't you have more life experience? Like, seriously, dude, I can't even with you.
面目ないです。
Sorry, this is really embarrassing.
ほら、一緒に考えようよ。特技は何？今までの事件で得意だと感じたことないわけ？
Well, let's look at one together. What are your skills? Anything you're good at in all the cases you've been in so far?
猫を探すのが得意でした。なぜか好かれるので。
I'm good at finding cats. They like me. Dude, Sam. Downtown detective gives a deep sigh. My amateur status fills me with shame.
じゃあ、無能探偵ってことでよろしく。
Alrighty then. How about we call you incompetent detective? Damn. What? Oh, his name got filled in with incompetent. It's there, it sticks, it's there, it's permanent. Now that's just cruel. You might as well be saying I'm good for nothing. I mean, not that it is true, but still. I'd obviously prefer a different name, but before I can object.
他のみんなもいい名前が決まるまでは無能探偵って呼ぶ感じでおなしゃす。
Hey everyone, till we think of something better, this here's incompetent detective, okay?
大和男児らしい謙虚な名前だな。好感が持てるぜ。
People are just rude. Nice and humble, fitting for a young gun itching to find his place in the world.
飛脚探偵さんや社畜探偵さんと同じく特徴をカリカチュアしたタイプの名前なんですね。
I see. So it's a caricature of your traits, in the same vein as doleful and workaholic.
一緒に頑張ろうね、無能くん。
Right, you're one of us now, incompetent.
呼び名があると仲間らしさがぐっと強まるのである。よろしく頼むぞ、無能殿。
A name with which we can call upon your aid deepens our bonds. I am at your service, sir, incompetent.
このご利用しな空気、自分の時を思い出すな。
Picking on the new guy takes me back. Incompetent detective rapidly gains the approval of the rest, so rapidly that it's too late to dispute it, much to my chagrin.
秒で定着してよかったね。無能先輩。
Aw, look how fast your new name caught on. I'm so happy for you, incompetent.
全然良くない。
It doesn't make me happy at all. Despite my protests, Downtown Detective ignores me, flashing a devilish smile. Thus did I become Incompetent Detective, an official member of the Detective Alliance. I'd piss. I'd go home if I was called Incompetent Detective. I'd be like, you guys, have fun without me. We'll see who really is incompetent here. A bright red carpet covers the floor, and landscape paintings adorn the walls of the corridor. The detectives explain the situation as we walk down the passageway, the scent of the roses on display around us drifting in the air.
君が連れてこられたこの場所は地図にすら載っていない孤島だ。この絶海の孤島を本拠地として探偵同盟は活動を続けてきたそうだよ。
This location to which you've been brought is an island that doesn't appear on any map. The DA's used as a base for operations for years.
本部の2つの建物、捜査の補助や機器の開発を行うための
That is
研
an
究施
empty
設、
ass island.
スナークスと宿泊用の洋館、ゴーメンガーストとに分かれている。
It has two buildings: a research facility for investigation supporting gear development, and Gormenghast, a manor for overnight stays.
本来、私たちが到着した後は、この洋館にジオラマで再現された八つ崎港事件の主要な現場を見ながら、全員で推理する手はずだったんだ。
The original plan was for everyone to discuss the situation in the manor. We were to review dioramas of various quartering due cases.
だったというのは。
That was the plan? Rowdy detective suddenly punches the wall beside her, causing the other nearby walls to tremble from the impact.
俺たちが到着した時には本部の探偵たちの多くが毒殺されてたんだよ。
When we got here, a bunch of detectives from HQ had been snuffed out by poison.
研究施設にいた22人のメンバーが
All
全員な。
22 members at the research facility. Gone.
22人が全員。
All 22 of them? Every hair on my body stands on end at the unthinkable news. Even among history's more infamous mass murders, few had a death toll of more than 20. Killing 22 people at once is beyond all reason.
犯人はまるでゴミでも扱うがごとく、施設の入り口に我らの仲間の死体を積み重ねていたのだ。人間の所業とは思えぬ惨状であった。
The culprit piled their bodies at the facility's entrance as if they were naught but rubbish. Such savagery is no less than inhuman.
無能先輩があの死体の山を見てたらしばらくご飯を食べれなかったと思うよ。それに毒ガスが充満してて下手したら死んでたしね。
Seeing that heap of corpses would have killed your appetite big time, incompetent. And the poison gas filling the room would have killed you for real.
行かなくてラッキーだったかもね。
Lucky you didn't go in there, huh? Yeah, totally didn't go there. Yep, totally. A heap of corpses. Just imagine it makes me feel faint. And that's not even taking the deadly gas into account.
老子探偵はその惨状を知っていて、僕をこの館に向かわせたのかもしれないな。
Maybe Senior Detective knew about that gruesome scene, so he sent me straight to the manor instead. That would also explain why he hid me in the forest and went off on his own. I need to find him soon and thank him for keeping me safe.
やっぱり八つ崎港の犯行なんですか？
It was another quartering Duke attack, right?
それはまだ何とも。あれだけ大量の殺人にもかかわらず手がかりとなる品が少なすぎるんです。
We're not sure yet. For how many deaths there were, the clues are awfully scarce.
八つ崎港事件の特徴は必ず被害者が2人同時に現れることだ。今回の犯行は少し毛色が異なるように感じるよ。
Quartering Duke cases always result in two concurrent victims. This crime would appear to have a different modus operandi.
八つ崎港の野郎が犯人に決まってるぜ。もしまだ島の中に嫌がるなら、この俺が絶対ぶっ捕まえてやる。
Ha! Quartering Duke did him in, no doubt. Catch that bastard skulking around the island, I'm a clean as clock. It's said that the Quartering Duke has killed over 100 people, but even that was over the course of half a year. On the other hand, murdering 22 people at once, all of them first-rate detectives no less, could hardly be the work of an amateur. I get the impression that he commits grisly deeds for the thrill of it, but otherwise, his identity is a complete mystery.
僕らは当然研究施設の捜査を始めたのですが、その途中でリーダーのデバイスに生き残った同盟のメンバーからこんな連絡が入ったんです。
We began our investigation at the research facility, but then the chief's D-pad received a message from a surviving Alliance member. Techie Detective draws out his own D-pad and plays an audio file. Senior Detective.
研究と何者か襲撃全滅した。
Sub attack repulsive Poland.
私オーメンガーストに隠れている。リーダー合流して協力させます。
I hiding in Gorman gas. Chief, meet there, help. The recording cuts off there. Although the sound was low and full of static, even I could grasp what it signified.
この声って老子探偵ですよね。よかった。あの人は生きていたんですね。
That's Senior Detective's voice, isn't it? He's alive then. Thank goodness.
はい、間違いなく老子探偵だと思います。この状況で無事だなんて、さすがはレジェンドクラスの探偵ですよね。
Yes, I'm certain that's him. Making it through the situation unscathed, it's no wonder he's a legend among detectives.
そんなにすごい探偵なんですか？
Is he really that incredible?
今でもメディアでよく取り上げられる明けの夜事件ってあるでしょ。あの事件を解決した探偵同盟の創立メンバーなんだって。
You know the Dayless Night incident? It still shows up on the news. Not only did he solve it, he's also a founding member of the DA.
明けの夜事件？教科書にも載ってるような大事件じゃないですか。
The Dayless Night incident? Even school textbooks talk about that case. And you're saying he cracked it? I was a kid then, so I don't remember much, but it was the worst terror attack in national history, sparked by a new religious movement. From that event onward, criminal atrocities swept the nation, which is part of why the Detective Alliance was formed. Solving a case of that magnitude would absolutely qualify him as a legend.
もともとは老師さんと合流するために他の探偵たちと別れて僕らはこの洋館に来たんだ。
Originally, we'd split up from the other detectives and headed to the manor to reconvene with Senior.
老子殿が身を隠さなければならぬほど今回の犯人は凶悪なのだ。一刻も早く助け出さねば。
Soothly, must be a villain most foul for even Sir Senior to be forced into hiding. We must hasten to his aid forthwith.
じゃあここにいる皆さん以外にも探偵がいるんですか？
Huh? You mean there are other detectives here besides you guys?
そう、研究棟に残って捜査を続けているのが6人かな。
For sure. There's what, 6 more investigating the research facility?
まるで探偵のバーゲンセールだなって感じで草生えるよね。
It's like a Detective BOGO sale in there, LMAO. Lamau. I don't quite get what she means by that, but I guess it is a lot of detectives. I'm still reeling from the heinous murders we have yet to unravel, but at least now there's a glimmer of hope.
これで全ての部屋を探し終えたはずだけど老師さんは見つからないね。
I believe you searched every room, but there's no sign of Senior.
もしかしたら僕らより先に洋館へたどり着いた犯人に気づいてどこかへ逃げたのではないでしょうか。
Maybe if the culprit arrived here before we did, Senior would have realized that and escaped.
もし先ほどの通話を盗聴されていたら犯人が先回りした可能性は十分に考えられます。
If the message was intercepted, the culprit could have easily gotten ahead of us.
ああね、うちらがここに到着するまでに10分はかかってるもんね。
Oh
考
yeah.
えられなくはないのかも。
Oh yeah, I can see that happening. Took us what, 10 minutes to get here?
いや、研究所からこの洋館までは一本道で周囲は断崖絶壁。僕らに見つからずに逃げ出すのは無理だよ。
But there's only one path from the facility to here, and it's surrounded by sheer cliffs. No one could escape without us noticing. The detectives process the situation with impressive speed. I'm barely keeping up as I struggle to understand what it all means. Downtown's casual chit-chat is about the only thing that makes any sense to me.
つか、この部屋も無線 LAN ないじゃん。スマホ使えないとか、マジでナイポヨちゃんなんですけど。
This room doesn't get wireless internet either. Why bother having a phone then? This is such a major bummer.
いえ、仮に無線 LAN のルーターがあったとしても使えないと思いますよ。
Even if there were a router here, I doubt it would do you any good.
なんで？この島は県外ってこと？
Oh yeah? Why? Because the island's off the grid?
いえ、実は研究棟で固定回線でのネットワーク接続を試してみたのですが、全く繋がらなかったんです。
Not exactly. I tried connecting to a wired network in the research facility, but I couldn't get it to work at all.
先ほど洋館内の回線で試してみても結果は同じでした。おそらく島の通信用のアンテナが壊されているんだと思います。
I made another attempt here at the manor a moment ago, but that failed too. Alan's communications antenna must be down.
でも探偵デバイス同士はやり取りできてんじゃん？スマホとは違うの？
But our D-pads can still link up to each other, right? What's the difference between that and our smartphones?
探偵デバイスは独自の通信システムを採用しているんです。僕も開発に携わりましたが、本当に素晴らしい技術が使われているんですよ。詳しく説明するとですね。
Yapping away. Well, the D-pads have a unique communication system. As part of the R&D team, I must say it's truly amazing tech. Basically, it works by...
はいはい。まあつまりうちはこの島にいる間連れたちとろくに会話もできないってことね。下がるわ。
Okay, we get it. So I can't even like chat with my followers here while we're here. With my followers while we're here. Could this be any lamer?
いい機会だ。この機会に探偵同士、我らみんなの交友を深めようではないか。
I prefer to see this as an opportunity. Opportunity for us fellow detectives to deepen the bonds of our camaraderie.
ガチで下がるわ。
Guess I can.
おいおい、まさかこの匂いは。
That scent. You gotta be kidding me. Rowdy Detective starts crawling on all fours like a dog right at the entrance of the room. She presses her face to the carpet with a sharp expression on her face.
ヤマトさん、どうしたんですか？
What's wrong, Rowdy?
血の匂いだ。
Oh, blood. I can smell it. Huh? Silence fills the room. The others all turn to look at Rowdy.
バラの匂いと絨毯の色で全然気づかなかったが、この絨毯、血痕がついてやがるぜ。
Nearly missed
入
it.
り口からまっすぐに、あの花瓶に向かってな。
Nearly missed it thanks to the rosy smelling red carpet. But the floor's got blood on it, see? From the entrance to them flowers. Rowdy Detective approaches an empty vase and sticks her hand in it, pulling out a bloody knife.
ビンゴだな。
Handy.
誰の血だかは知らねえが、どうやら悪意ある誰かさんが館に侵入したことは間違いないようだぜ。
Bingo. Don't know which poor mug's sauce this is, but I'll tell you one thing. Some goon was on the loose in here.
どうして血の匂いなんて分かったんですか？見るからに乾ききってるのに。
How did you even notice the smell? Blood is already dry.
俺はガキの頃から漁師の親父を手伝ってたからな。猟犬の嗅覚、わしの視覚、ウサギ並みの聴覚、そして大和男児の魂を持ってんのよ。
Been hunting with my old man since I was little. Got the nose of a bloodhound, eyes of a hawk, ears of a rabbit, and a raw macho spirit. Are they in the rosters yet? Yeah, they are. All right, here we go. Oh shit, we got it. Oh, someone's blacked out in the middle there. Okay. Well, let's go through these, yeah. Workaholic. Number 10 rank. Look at that. 67 cases solved. Notable cases. The case of the endless night shift. Hobby online mahjong. Special skill reliable investigation. Additional notes. An office worker moonlighting as a detective. His demeanor is that of the quintessential Japanese man. He had aspired to become a detective for years, and upon learning of the DA's existence, begged both his wife and employer to allow him to take on the extra job. Even now, after a long day at the office, he forgoes sleep in favor of detective work, only deepening the bags under his eyes. Pretty good. He has 9 movement. Jesus. He's got that movement. Doleful detective, rank 14, 123 cases solved. Notable case is the case of building number 6. Hobby spending time at home. Special skill, danger magnet. Reliable investigation, danger magnet. A rather negative individual with a strong aversion to social situations. He has an uncanny tendency to attract danger, aptly referred to as the danger magnet. His ability to detect threats has helped him survive numerous perils and truly shines in more hazardous cases. Even prior to joining the Alliance or becoming a detective, he had stumbled upon numerous incidents by chance. The sheer number of cases he solved is proof enough that he can go toe-to-toe with the DA's finest. Techie. Inspection 1. Dang. Rank 20, case level 38, the case of the VR killer. Notable case, tinkering with machinery. Special skills, engineering forensic friends. A wheelchair user who was born with cerebral palsy, which prevents the use of his legs. His intellect, on the other hand, far surpasses that of the average person. As the brightest prodigy in the DA, he has already earned a PhD in science from an overseas university. He often collaborates with the DA's tech department, developing his own specialized wheelchair, as well as the 7 forensic friends, small machines designed to assist with investigations. Interesting. During cases, he relies on his friends to produce data beyond the scope of normal detectives. Downtown detective. Number 22. 31 cases solved. Notable case, the case of the Ikebukuro Ripper. Hobby, after-school karaoke. Special skills, social deduction. A high school student with investigative prowess well beyond her years. This, along with her good looks, have caught the eyes of many. She stays up to date with the latest gossip via Intel Network's characteristic of high school girls. Her special brand of social investigation involves utilizing social media communities to discuss case details and piece together multiple people's theories. Armor detective, a 11399. Rank 32, 19 cases. Case of the undead cyborg. Weight training hobby, protection, special skill. An individual never seen without his nightly suit of armor. He He is an unusual detective who cracks cases with both his natural strength and the features built into his protective garments. While he struggles with brain work, he's managed to solve crimes through tenacity alone. Apparently his face was scarred in a past case, so he refused to remove his helmet if he can help it. And we got Rowdy. Rank 25. Rank 100. Okay. 25. Rowdy detective. Notable case, the Minamijuji kidnapping incident. Hanafuda, mountain climbing hobbies. Superhuman strength. Though straightforward and aggressive, Rowdy possesses a pure, sensitive heart and is easily moved to tears. Having lived in the mountains from a young age, she aided her father with his hunting, gaining physical strength and keen bestial... Oh, I read that like a period. Keen bestial instincts well beyond the average humans, allowing her to solve difficult cases through sheer might alone. Of particular note is her intuition, which is so sharp that it is essentially supernatural. When presented with a group of face-down cards and instructed to turn over matching pairs, she made not even a single mistake. Take her to the gambling tables. I think I read this. Yeah. I'm not so convinced that helping on hunting trips would give you those kinds of abilities, but it's astonishing nonetheless.
岩松さん、そのナイフが使われた場所はこの部屋ではないんだよね。
Rowdy, that knife wasn't used here, was it?
ああ、この部屋には血痕しか残ってねえ。あくまでナイフを隠すのに部屋までやってきただけみてえだ。
Yep, nothing in this room but traces and stains. Guess they only come by to hide the knife. They only came by to hide the knife.
血の匂いを終えたらいいんだけどよ。さすがにバラの匂いが充満した廊下じゃきつすぎるぜ。
I can track the scent, but the hall's chock full of roses. It ain't gonna be easy with them smelling up the place.
やはりそうか。しかし。
Ah, I figured as much. But that said,
科学君、君ならば終えるね。
Techie, might you have an alternative method?
もちろんです。そのための科学ですから。
Of course, I go by this alias for a reason after all. Techie detective proudly pulls a cute little machine that resembles a puppy out from his pocket.
追跡遊具。
Oh, look at it. This is my tracking forensic friend, Sniffy Whiffy. Sniffy Whiffy indeed. Oh, I missed reading these. 7 forensic friends. Techie detective developed these 7 high-performance support tools in collaboration with the DA. Though he possesses a variety of other gadgets, this term refers specifically to those intended to form the foundation of his detective work. The peculiar name stems from Techie's strong sense of camaraderie towards his creations. Due to his physical limitations, Techie had few chances to play with children his age. As he found solace through inventing, it only follows that he would think to build his own companions. Referring to them as tools is sure to earn you Techie's ire, so be sure to use the term friends. The Dayless Night incident. I didn't see this pop up before. The popular name for a series of incidents caused by the Morning Star of Dawn Society, which at the time commanded public support and even exercised influence in the political sphere. Sect founder Junichi Nanase, who went by the name Lucifer, targeted opponents by kidnapping, confining, torturing, and brainwashing them. Is also believed to have carried out a number of cruel human experiments, though the building where this is purported to have taken place has since collapsed in disaster. Lucifer utilized TV stations and internet broadcasts to steal the hearts of viewers, with his witty comments and charismatic mannerisms steadily growing his hordes of believers. 13 years ago, Lucifer attempted to take advantage of the chaos after a major earthquake by plotting to release poison gas, resulting in his capture by the world's premier detective, Vidok. Vidok received global recognition for this accomplishment, eventually leading to the establishment of the DA. Although 13... I know we had that name earlier. The C and the Q just confuses me for some reason. Although 13 years have passed since he was apprehended, Lucifer's followers have continued committing crimes in his name, unabated. True irony is that by solving this case, Vidok triggered an exponential increase in domestic crime, thereby fueling the ongoing detective craze. Alright, Sniffy Whiffy.
僕と探偵同盟の協力で生み出されたこの遊具は登録した匂いをどこまでも追跡発見可能な人命救助を至上命令とする発明です。
The Alliance helped me develop him. He can tirelessly trace down any scent he registers, and his prime directive is to save lives.
さらに 南西の小型ゴムクローラーを採用したことで凹凸の激しい通路であろうとも現場を荒らさず時速 15km で迅速な移動が可能。
Furthermore, he has small rubber treads to cover some tricky terrain without disturbing the scene and can move up to 15 kilometers an hour.
当然小型の発信機も搭載なので探偵デバイスの画面からリアルタイムに追跡可能です。そしてさらに ISS も宇宙ステーションに採用されている小型のリチウムイオンバッテリーを使って
He's also equipped with a transmitter so you can monitor him from a D-pad. Plus, he uses the same lithium-ion batteries at the International Space.
大したものだね。後でゆっくりと説明を聞くから追跡に移ろうか。
Yes, that's all very impressive. We'd love to hear more about it later, but for now, why don't we start tracking?
ごめんなさい。僕発明の話になると夢中になっちゃって。
Oh, right. Sorry, I get a little carried away when I talk about my inventions. Techie Detective returns to reality, hanging his head in shame.
じゃあ早速その道具で。
Now, let's not waste any time. Use this tool.
道具じゃないです。遊具です。僕の大切な友達を道具扱いしないでください。
He's not a tool. This is my friend. Don't just treat him like some piece of equipment. Workaholic Detective bows several times in apology for misspeaking. True to his name, he's the very picture of a harried office worker. Techie Detective may seem calm and collected, but careless remarks about his inventions are a clear sore spot of his. I'd better watch my words.
皆さん取り乱して申し訳ありません。それでは血液の匂いの追跡を始めます。
Sorry everyone for blowing up like that. Let's get to tracking that scent. Techie Detective calms down, setting his dog-like tracking machine, Sniffy Whiffy, loose near the bloodstain. Sniffy Whiffy scoots across the floor, just like a real dog. He circles around a couple times, then thumps into the room's door.
追跡が始まりました。扉を開いて先に進んでもらいましょう。
He's on the hunt. Let's open the door and see where he goes. I open the door, and Sniffy Whiffy darts out of the room, barreling down the hall toward the stairs. All I can pick up is roses, but he must have zeroed in on the trail of the blood.
大したもんだな。俺の鼻でも全然嗅ぎ取れねえってのによ。
Huh? How about that? My nose wasn't getting jack squat.
正確には匂いではなく空気中に残留する物質を追跡しているんです。だから他の匂いが漂う場所であっても惑わされずに追跡が可能なんですよ。
Strictly speaking, it's not the scent, but rather the air particles that he tracks. Hence why he isn't thrown off by other smells in the vicinity.
猟犬の鼻も型なしだね。
So much for that whole nose of a bloodhound spiel.
うるせえ。
Got her ass.
最初に気づいたのは俺の鼻だろうが。
Can it? My nose is what got us this. My nose is what got us this lead in the first place. Sniffy Whiffy stops at a painting just before the stairs to the entrance hall.
クンクン殿が止まった。ここで何者かが刺されたということか。
Sir Sniffy has halted. Could this be the site of the stabbing?
バーカ、見るからに血痕なんてないじゃん。つまりナイフが使われた場所はこの絵画の奥ってことだっつうの。
No, tin for brains. I don't see a blood stain, do you? The knife must have been used somewhere else, like behind the painting.
絵画の奥？どういうことなのだ？
Behind it? Whatever could you mean?
まさか絵画の中に世界が？童話の中の話かとバカに思っていたが、実在するとは。
Is there a world within the painting? To think the stuff of children's fairy tales could actually exist? A world within a painting? That's a lot like, Actually, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say a spoiler thing. It's a lot like Mario 64. There you go. That's a better analogy.
落ち着いて武装君。論理的に考えていけば真実は明らかになる。
Haha, relax, Armor. The answer is clear if you think it through logically. Workaholic touches the painting as he inspects the frame. He then gently taps the artwork before pressing his ear against it.
間違いない。この絵画の奥には空洞が広がっている。ならおそらく ここをこうしてずらせば
No question about it. There's a hollow space behind the painting, which means that if I shift it like this, still touching the painting, Workaholic Detective moves his hand. The entire wall around it slips back like a sliding door, revealing a hidden passage. Sniffy Whiffy, who had been waiting in place, begins moving again, right down the newly discovered path.
今ので分かったんですか？一体どうやって？
How did you figure that out?
それは企業秘密ってことで、私はこの仕事を続けて長いからね。知識量だけはそれなりにあるんだ。
Trade secret. You pick up a lot when you've been on the job as long as I have.
おじさんやるじゃん。ぶっちゃけ見直したっつうか、むしろリスペクっちゃうみたいな。
Dang, Gramps, you got me rethinking my take on you. No cap. No cap. I might even like IDK. Kind of sort of respect you now. As long as she doesn't say something like, obviously it wouldn't be by the time this game came out. But we're aging on it. We're getting close to like we're verging on like skibbity. Again, time frame doesn't work, but no cap. No cap, Gramps.
おじさんは勘弁してほしいな。私まだ一応20代だからね。ギリギリだけど。
I wish you wouldn't call me that. I'm still in my 20s, you know? Barely, but it still counts. Wow, he's in his 20s. He's late 20s, he's ancient. Workaholic Detective turns red in the face as Downtown Detective slaps him on the behind.
この先でナイフが使われたのだな。何が起こるかわからぬ。我が先陣を切ろう。
That blade was used somewhere up ahead. As we know not what may occur, I shall stand in the vanguard.
おい待てって。この広さなら2人並べるだろ。俺も先頭に立って周りを注意するぜ。
Wait up, bucko. It's wide enough for two, see? I'm taking the lead too, so keep your eyes peeled. Rowdy Detective tries to push forward, but is stopped by Doleful Detective.
ヤマトさんは科学くん、渋谷さんと通路の入り口を見張っておいてくれないかな。
Actually,
今の状況なら僕の能力が役に立つと思うから。
would you mind guarding the entrance of Techie in Downtown Rodeo? Or Rodeo? Downtown Rodeo? Rowdy Rodeo. I think my abilities could come in handy here. Armor and Doleful Detective are to spearhead our foray into the secret passage, with me and Workaholic Detective following after. Rowdy, Downtown, and Techie Detective would remain at the entryway, acting as lookouts in case the tunnel is a trap. As for why I'm being brought along, it's probably because I won't be able to escape in this tunnel. I'm struck by the fact that Workaholic, the most experienced of the group, had deftly assumed a position beside me. These detectives don't miss a single beat.
じゃあ、僕と武装さんで先導していくね。
Alright, Armor and I will lead the way. As he speaks, Doleful and Armor Detective enter the tunnel together. Workaholic and I continue right behind them. The four of us descend down a spiral staircase that winds its way underground. Oh, we got something's going on here. At the bottom is a gloomy underground tunnel. We proceed into it using the light function on our D-pads to guide our way. The only sounds are our footfalls echoing in the tunnel, as well as Sniffy Whiffy's treads crawling across the floor ahead of us. The air is dusty and reeks of mold, making it hard to breathe. Clearly, this place is seldom used. My love of cleanliness aches to ventilate the place. Doleful Detective's eyes narrow as he travels the tunnel. His usual fearful countenance is tense, as if he's an entirely different person.
大したものだろう、ヒゲ君の集中力は。
Impressive, is it not? Doleful's intense concentration, that is. Workaholic Detective whispers to me as if he's reading my mind.
彼の序列は14位。すでに100件以上の事件を解決に導いている。くぐり抜けてきた修羅場の数は、私たちベテランの探偵にも決して引きを取らないよ。
Rank number 14, he's solved over 100 cases and survived just as many bloody encounters as us veteran detectives. Over 100 cases solved. The D alone leaves me speechless. We can't be that far apart in age, and yet his track record is on the whole other level. What sort of heroic life has this seemingly gentle boy led up to now?
さっき飛躍さんが言っていた能力というのは
What did Doleful mean when he said his abilities could come in handy here?
じきに君も身をもって知るさ。同盟内では彼の能力を名探偵体質と呼んでいる。
You'll see soon enough. He possesses what we in the Alliance would call the makings of a great detective. Doleful detective stops in his tracks.
武装さん、止まってください。
Armor, stop!
どうしたのだ飛躍殿。足から血が出ているぞ。
What happened, Sir Doleful? Your leg is bleeding. Armor shines his D-pad light on Doleful detective's leg, revealing a trail of blood beneath his knee. Something reflects in the light just ahead of them.
足元に何かが
Huh? There's something at your feet.
おそらく侵入者撃退用の罠だよ。触れた感触だとワイヤーか何かだと思う。
My guess is that it's a trap to ward off intruders. Judging by the texture, it must be some kind of wire. He's right. When I get close to the reflection, I see red dripping off an extremely fine wire. It was so razor thin and difficult to see that, were it not for the blood, it would have been nearly imperceptible, even in direct light.
探偵同盟で開発中のワイヤー層か。
This is... The wire saw the Detective Alliance is currently developing.
どうして透明でそんなものを
Why would the Alliance make something like this?
密室の錠前をこじ開けたり、拉致や拘束された時の護身用だろうね。本来は特殊なグローブをつけて使うものだって聞いているよ。
For cutting locks to enter sealed rooms, or as a means of escape when restrained. Word is that it requires specialty gloves to handle.
素手では触らない方がいい。用途が用途なだけに、人体くらいなら強く押し付けるだけで切断可能な切れ味だ。
Best to avoid touching it, given its intended use. So sharp that with enough pressure, could cut straight through human flesh.
気づけてよかった。
It's a good thing I noticed it then. Workaholic detective produces medication and bandages from his pocket and begins applying first aid to Doleful detective's leg.
ひどい怪我だけど、この程度で済んで僥幸かもね。君以外が引っかかっていたら、足が切断されていてもおかしくなかったよ。
This is a rather nasty cut, but you're lucky to get off this lightly. Anyone else would have been liable to lose a leg in your position.
僕の体質はこんな時くらいしか誰かの役に立ちませんから。
Situations like these are about the only time my special skill ends up useful.
体質って一体どういうことですか
Special skill? What do you mean by that? For some reason, Doleful detective struggles to reply. Workaholic steps in to answer on his behalf.
飛躍君は昔から自分の身を危うくする事象に巡り合いやすいんだよ。例えば今回のような罠から指名手配犯に殺人事件、果ては事件の証拠品までね。
Doleful is a danger magnet with a knack for close calls, from traps to wanted criminals to finding murder scenes and even evidence. Here we go. Doleful detects his ability, which attracts dangerous phenomena to his person. Its exact mechanics are unclear, but an unkind explanation would be that he's fatally unlucky. Doleful may be an extreme example, but some people are just that ill-fated. There are any number of stories on TV about those who survived multiple serious accidents and were always able to bounce back. That said, they are well known simply because they survived. There may well be those unlucky souls who died without recognition, completely unnoticed by the rest of the world. Doleful's success as a detective is due to both his misfortune, which attracts danger, and his fortune, which allows his survival. Okay.
飛躍君はこれまで持ち前の勘と洞察力でそんな過酷な境遇を生き抜いてきたんだ。
His innate intuition and powers of insight are what have allowed him to survive such less than fortunate circumstances.
だから名探偵体質ですか
So that's how he has the makings of a great detective. In stories, detectives are always expected to survive, even when wrapped up in a personal case, and even when their life is on the line. And now, standing in front of a real-life detective who embodies that very trope.
そんな大それた むしろ周囲を不幸にしてしまう最低の体質だと思う。
It's not that impressive. In fact, I'd say I just bring misfortune to everyone and everything around me. It's kind of a miserable existence. Doleful Detective's expression flickers as he touches a bandage on his wrist. The countless traces of medical attention covering his body shows just how much suffering he's constantly endured.
だけどその分危険には人一倍敏感なんだ。僕の身に降りかかる脅威の気配なら必ず感じ取ることができる。僕がみんなの盾になってみせるよ。
Still, it's made me more sensitive to threats than the average person. I can always sense when I'm in danger, so just think of me as your shield. I see the resolve within Doleful Detective's eyes as he speaks. He and I may look similar. I might even be the older one, but nothing in me competes with that look. We couldn't be farther apart.
飛脚殿、水臭いぞ。
Sir Doleful, you needn't be so reserved. Armored Detective abruptly steps forward. He then swings his arm up before bringing it down to chop the wire before us.
武装さん、そのワイヤーは手伝って切れちゃうんですよ。いくら鎧を着ているからって。
Armored Detective, that wire can cut steel. Just because you're wearing protective covering doesn't mean...
心配無用だ。我の身を包むは我が家系のみに言い伝わる史上最高の鎧なり。
Fear not. The suit in which I am clad is a product of my family's long-held secrets. Behold the strongest armor known to man. The wire parts with ease. Sure enough, Armored Detective doesn't have a single scratch on him. Both Doleful and Workaholic widen their eyes in incredulity.
どのような罠にかかろうとも我の鎧は砕け得ぬ。安心して我を先頭に立たせるといい。
No matter the trap, mine armor shall prevail. Set your minds at ease and allow me to take the lead.
だけど僕が前に出ていた方がチーム全体のリスクは抑えられるし。
What if this is all just a setup, like a test? This is just a test to test the detectives. Hey, we'll send them in the weird thing with the weird traps, just so they can all see how good they are and their strengths. Early thoughts. But putting me in front will minimize the total risk for our team as a whole.
仲間が傷つくかもしれぬのを静観してはおれぬさ。お主らの盾となるために我は分不相応を承知でこの場に馳せ参じたのだからな。
I can't stand idly whilst my companions are hurt. Despite my inadequacies, I hastened here to be as an aegis for each of you. Armored Detective speaks with a calmness that eases Doleful Detective's taut expression. Despite the latter's brave front, he might have been nearing his limit.
ありがとう武装さん。お言葉に甘えて僕はあなたの後ろから周囲を警戒することにするよ。
Thank you, Armor. In that case, I'll stay back a bit and keep an eye out. Armored Detective takes the lead as Doleful acts as a lookout behind him.
武装さん、すぐ前方、僕の首あたりに脅威の気配を感じます。
Armor, I can sense a threat right in front of me, about head height.
またワイヤーだな。承知である。
Another wire, eh? Understood. Interesting cutting sounding noise. Without a second thought, Armored Detective swings his hand toward the area Doleful Detective indicated. Chop! 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 Sometimes Doleful's warning comes too late and Armor runs into wire, but even then it never leaves a mark. We continue safely through the darkness. Until...
発信機の反応を見るに追跡装置は5メートル前方で停止している。ナイフが使われた現場に到着したみたいだね。
Based on the signal, the tracker stopped 5 meters ahead. It would seem we've arrived at the scene where the knife was used. We finally make it to the end of the tunnel with 0 injuries, save for Doleful Detective, of course. Sniffy Whiffy is parked right in front of a steel door, which means the bloody knife we found earlier must have been used right behind it.
武装君、申し訳ないが先陣を頼めるかい？
I hate to ask, Armor, but would you mind taking point?
何を言っているのだ、社畜殿。このような危うい状況にて先駆けとなるべく我が鎧は存在している。
No need to apologize, Sir Workaholic. My armor exists for the very moments I must forge such paths. And yet, Armored Detective looks tense as he cautiously touches the doorknob. Oh, oh. Goosebumps ripple across my body. Deep down, I get the overwhelming urge to scream, "Don't open it!" It's as if my mind somehow knows that what we're about to see is truly horrific. You know what? I only just now kind of like maybe put it together here. Maybe I'm assuming too much. But like, now with this text here, that he's like, it's as if my mind somehow knows that what we're about to see is truly horrific, and then us picking the bad ending before, and then him getting the sense when we pick the good ending, or the good path, I guess I should say, not ending, where he sensed what was behind the door and everything. I think our main character here, his like special ability or whatever is like detecting. Well, we don't want to have, it wouldn't be the, we're verging on like close territory to like to Doleful, but like maybe he can like sense. I don't want to be as blunt, like sense bad endings, but sense bad things. But that's again very close to Doleful. But maybe he can like sense. I don't know. Kind of half-baked. Maybe I'm wrong. Never mind. Take it back. Take it back now, y'all. Okay, it's as if my mind somehow knows that what we're about to see is truly horrific. I have an extremely bad feeling about this.
3つ数えると同時に開けるのである。1つ、2つ。
I shall open the door on the count of 3. 1, 2. The doorknob makes a click as it turns. My heart rate leaps, but I can't bring myself to look away.
3つ。
3! It's bright. A blinding light flashes as the door opens, forcing me to avert my eyes. On top of that, a metallic stench envelops me. The way it sticks to my throat makes me cough. However, none of the other detectives show even a hint of fear as they proceed beyond the door. I hurry to follow them, but at that moment... Is that something like body chunks? Well, we got body chunks. Doleful Detective's cry echoes out. As I step into the room, the first thing I see is the ground dyed in crimson. The red spreads across so much of the floor that at first I mistake it for a carpet pattern. But there's no way that's the case. Despite my hateful disbelief, the smell filling the air tells me that this is blood. With each breath, the metallic stench fills my lungs, my stomach, my whole body. I'm assailed by an overwhelming urge to vomit. If I lose focus for even a moment, I know I'll wind up spilling my guts out. Upon closer inspection, I notice something floating in the ocean of gore. It's large and reminds me of a caterpillar. 4 other long, thin objects surround it. In a way, they resemble a quartet of lifeboats, all rowing in different directions away from a sinking ship. But in truth, they're human limbs, scattered about across the floor. Before us is a scene devoid of life. A man whose name I don't know gazes at me, his head half submerged in a sanguine sea. My eyes are transfixed as I stand there in a daze. There's a biting chill, as if the temperature has dropped by quite a few degrees. My hands and legs tremble. I can barely stand. Every ounce of strength leaves my body, which no longer feels like my own. I muster up all the willpower I can, only to topple over on the spot. Is this all just a bad dream?
現場に出くわすのは初めてかい。辛いのは分かるが、目を背けたら嫌い。
First crime scene, huh? I know it's hard to take in, but try not to look away. Without any concern to spare for me, Workaholic walks towards the pool of blood.
ヒゲ君、武装君、上に戻って他の3人をここへ呼んできてくれ。それからリーダーへ洋館に向かうよう伝えてほしい。
Doleful, Armor, head back up and fetch the other 3 detectives. After that, I'd like you to ask the chief to come to the manor. He sums up the heart of the matter in a low voice.
殺人事件だ。老師さんが
No!
何者かに殺された。
It's a homicide. Someone has murdered senior detective. Didn't I say during the first stream that it seemed like it was setting up for senior detective to be taken out? I think I called that. Regardless of how detached he remains while objectively stating facts, it doesn't change the reality we're facing. A middle-aged man's corpse lies dismembered, his limbs strewn across the room we stand in. For the first time in my life, I'm confronted with a murder scene. Let's fucking go. Chapter 1, The Case of the Dismembered Detective. Alright, I'm gonna throw up a BRB. I'm gonna, as I said earlier, I'm gonna go clean my glasses. Maybe go to the restroom, get some water. Give me several minutes. Awkward pausing, I know, and all that. I'll be back shortly, though. Give me a few minutes, and then we'll read for a bit more. Be right back. Alright, sorry about that. I got distracted. By a phone call that I had to take during that whole thing. They're trying to keep me away from process of elimination. So sorry, about the extended BRB there. Alright, chapter 1, Case of the Dismembered Detective. Oh, so we're in chapter 1 now, I'd assume. For like the briefest of seconds, I thought that meant like chapter 1 was over, but no, that was like a prologue. I'd imagine. Okay, I stand in a corner, my mind completely blank. This is my first time witnessing a murder scene in person. Sayaka's death is seared in my mind, but this is different. Someone I know lies torn to pieces in a vivid sea of blood. Dead. I'm no great detective, and although I tried to steel myself, coming face to face with a scene like this has me too weak to stand. Even once I regain my footing, my legs still struggle to remain upright. The metallic stench of fresh blood is one I'll never be able to get used to. I breathe through my mouth as much as possible. If I had the choice, I'd sprint out of this room this very second. Workaholic detective ignores me as he investigates the corpse with meticulous efficiency. He and the victim must have been well acquainted. His pained look when he found the body suggests that his mental burden is far greater than mine. Yet despite that, he shows no sign of weakness. How much experience solving homicides would it take to become a detective like him? I can't even fathom it, the way I am now. The other detectives, who had been summoned by doleful detective, are unable to hide their shock at the sight.
おいおい、なんだよこりゃ。老師のおやすさんは生き延びてたはずだろ。
Oh, what's the big idea here? I thought Pops was supposed to have made it. Now, a very interesting aspect to this is that, like, what did they say? Did they say 4 or 6 from earlier? Something around that. A good chunk of our cast here is still not, we haven't seen and isn't present. I guess I could go to hear this, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. So we're, and I don't know if that's gonna factor into this death potentially, or this is, since it's like the beginning of the game, they don't want to maybe overwhelm us with the full extent of the roster, maybe. I'd be curious to see. What's the big idea here? I thought, oh yeah, I read that.
うちらが駆けつけるまでに殺されたってわけ？マジ笑えないんですけど。
Did he get off while we were rushing over here? That's like so sad it's not even funny.
そんなこと不可能のはずです。同志探偵さんの連絡から僕たちが館にたどり着くまで20分程度。
But that doesn't make any sense. We arrived at the manor 20 minutes after Senior Detective's message.
そんな短時間で人体をここまでバラバラにして凶器を隠して逃げ切るなんて非科学的ですよ。
For someone to chop up a body to this extent, hide the weapon and escape in that amount of time, it's scientifically impossible.
これほどの出血だから死斑がないのは当然として死後硬直すらまだ始まっていない。
This level of blood loss would preclude livor mortis, and rigor mortis hasn't even set in yet.
直前に電話ももらっているから当然だが、血液の凝固具合から察するに殺されてから半日も経っていないようだね。
I may be stating the obvious, since he called us just prior, but the state of coagulation indicates that he was killed less than half a day ago.
時系列を整理しよう。ロイスさんから連絡を受けたのが12時40分。そこから私たちは速やかにチーム分けを行い、研究棟からこの洋館へと向かった。
Let's reestablish the order of events. Senior contacted us at 12:40. We then split into teams and headed to Gormy Gas from Snarks.
洋館への到着時刻は13時ジャスト。私たちが研究棟から洋館へと移動していたこの20分間に犯行は行われたと見ていいはずだ。
Since we arrived right at 1300, we can safely assume the crime occurred in the 20 minutes it took to travel from the facility to the manor.
先生質問。うちらが研究棟へ出発する前に犯人がサクッと逃げ出した可能性はないわけ？
Question, teacher. Isn't there a chance that the criminal could have, like, booked it before we left Snarks?
それはないよ。私たちはロイスさんからの連絡を受けてすぐに洋館へと移動した。
Not at all. We headed to Gormy Gas as soon as Senior contacted us.
もし仮に犯人が洋館の外へ脱出を図っていたなら鉢合わせしていたはず。よって犯人は私たちが到着した際にはまだ洋館内に残っていたに違いないんだ。
Had the killer tried to escape, we'd have surely seen them en route. Thus, the killer must have been within the manor when we arrived.
この洋館まで続く坂道を駆け下りるにゃ猟犬並みの脚力を持つ俺だって10分はかかるからな妥当な線だと思うぜ
I can hoof it for days, but it'd still take me 10 minutes to run down the hill to the facility. Theory checks out.
ここで重要となるのは犯人が現在も中に残っているかどうかだ犯人が館から脱出できた時間について考えてみよう
So the key question is this: is the perpetrator still inside? Let's consider the time frame from when they could have made their escape.
エントランスホールで無能君を見つけた私たちはしばらく話し合った後15分後の13時15分に2階へと上がった
We found incompetent in the entrance hall and spoke for a time, and made our way upstairs 15 minutes later, so around 13:15.
そして大和さん科学君のおかげで隠し通路を発見できたのが13時34分
After that, thanks to Rowdy and Techie, we discovered the hidden passageway at 13:34.
隠し通路の前の廊下からは常に洋館のエントランスホールを一望可能だ私たちがあの場所にたどり着いた時点で気づかれずに脱出することは困難になる
You can see the entire entrance hall from the corridor before the hidden passage, so escaping undetected would be a challenge. I'm very curious to see. Obviously, I don't know this yet, but is this going to be the same thing like a Danganronpa, whereas the suspect and the person who committed the crime is amongst us? That I wonder. You can see the entire entrance hall from the corridor before the hidden passage, so escaping undetected would be a challenge.
犯人が洋館に潜んでいたなら逃げ出す時間は私たちが2階の探索に集中していた間のわずか20分足らず
If the killer was in the manor, our only chance to escape would be the 20 minutes we spent investigating the second floor.
犯人はまだ洋館内にいる可能性が高いんだよ
Ergo, it is highly probable that they are, in fact, still within the manor.
20分あれば洋館から抜け出すくらいはできるんじゃ
But wouldn't 20 minutes be more than enough time to slip away?
外に出るまではできるかもしれませんがその後が問題です
You can make it outside easily enough, but the real problem comes after the fact.
洋館と研究棟とをつなぐ坂道は一本道で隠れる場所もありません下っている間に窓から外を見られればおしまいなので現実的ではないと思います
There's only one path from here to Snark's, and no place to hide. The jig would be up if you were seen from a window. Simply isn't realistic.
その通りだよ実際私は窓から外を見るように気をつけていたが怪しい人影は確認できなかった
Exactly. I actually made a point of checking out the windows, but I didn't see anything or anyone suspicious.
ちょい待ち今エントランスホールは誰もいないしまずいんじゃね脱出し放題じゃん
Hold up. No one's in the entrance hall right now? Isn't that, kind of sketch? Like, they could totally escape whenever.
ああそれなら大丈夫すでにリーダーたちがこの洋館へ向かっているからね
Oh, that's perfectly alright. The chief is heading over from Snark's as we speak.
もし今脱出を図っているとしたらそれこそ山道を降り切る前に見つかるのがオチさ
If the killer tries to flee now, they'll certainly get caught before they make it down the mountain path.
つまり犯人はまだこの館の中にいるということか
Which means, Val Slayer does indeed still lurk within these walls?
よっしゃだからさっさと上に上がっぞ建物の中を徹底的にネズミ狩りだこら
Alright then. In that case, let's head back up on the double. It's time for a good old-fashioned manor mouse hunt.
待ってくれ洋館内に隠れるよりもずっと手軽で安全なごまかし方があるんだ
Just a moment. There's a more viable method than hiding out in the manor for all this time. Workaholic points directly at me, drawing the focus of the other detectives.
無能君君が犯人なら時間的にも何ら問題なく犯行が可能なんだよ
Competent. If you're the killer, then there's no issue regarding the timing. It would all be entirely feasible. Yeah, okay, Workaholic, I see how it is. Huh? My voice cracks as I'm caught completely off guard. Me? The killer? How does that make any sense?
単純な話だよ老師さんをバラバラに切断しエントランスホールで倒れたふりをするだけなら 我々が到着するまでの20分間で間に合う。
It's simple. All you need to do is hack up Senior, then lie in the entrance hall faking unconsciousness. Easily done in 20 minutes.
犯人がこの館から逃走できないなら、君が犯人だと考えるほかないんだよ。
If the culprit was unable to escape the manor, we can only assume that said culprit is you.
何を言ってるんですか。たった20分足らずで人間をバラバラにするなんてできませんよ。
What are you saying? There's no way I could chop someone apart in 20 minutes.
それにこの地下通路にはワイヤーが張り巡らされていたじゃないですか。どうやって通ったって言うんですか。
Not to mention all the wires that were set up along the underground passage. How would I have gotten past those? I raised my voice in protest without thinking. Even with Armor and Doleful's help, getting through that passage took 5 minutes. It's hard to imagine anyone like me, with no special traits, making it through that so quickly.
なあ、そこが問題だ。おそらく何らかのトリックを使ったのだろうね。だけど、私は不可能ではないと思っている。
Ah, there's the real conundrum. I figure you used some sort of trick. At any rate, I doubt it's necessarily impossible.
どういうことですか。
Oh, what do you mean?
耳を澄ましてごらん。天井から声が聞こえてくるのがわかるだろう。
Listen closely. Can you hear the voices above us? He's right. If I strain my ears, I can pick up sounds coming down from the ceiling. Who are they coming from, though? We should be the only people inside the manor right now.
構造上、この地下室の真上はエントランスホールだ。おそらくリーダーたちが館に到着した音だろうね。
In terms of layout, our current location is directly beneath the entrance hall. Presume that what we're hearing is the chief arriving at the manor.
この地下室は身を隠すための部屋だろうから、すぐ頭上のエントランスホールの様子が音で把握できるよう、床板の隙間を広くして音が響きやすくしているのかもしれないね。
As this basement is likely a hiding spot, there may be extra space between the floorboards so that noise can drift in from above. Now that he mentions it, my own eyes spot gaps in the ceiling where light is filtering through. As Workaholic Detective said, it must be coming from the entrance hall above us.
ともかく、この地下室とエントランスホールは実質隣り合っている。何らかのトリックを使えば、移動時間は大幅に短縮できるんだ。
Regardless, the rooms are vertically adjoined. One could greatly reduce the time required to move between them by means of some gimmick.
例えば、この地下室の天井とエントランスホールの床板の一部に細工がしてあって、人一人が通れる隙間を作るとかね。
You could say, tamper with the floor of the entrance hall, creating a gap wide enough for a person to slip through the basement ceiling. Workaholic's relentless reasoning leaves me overwhelmed. Even if there is a gap, there's no way someone my size could fit through it. Still, he's right about one thing. The entrance hall and the basement are awfully close together. How can I possibly clear my name now that we know it's possible to move between them?
ちょっと秒で結論出しすぎじゃね。天井と床を通り抜けできないことの証明とか無理ゲーじゃん。
Aren't you jumping to some major conclusions here? It's not like you could prove there isn't a hole connecting the ceiling to the entrance.
そんな悪魔の証明みたいな無理難題を突きつけて追い詰めるとか、マジでなえるんですけど。
Oh, I'm gonna butcher this as a phrase. Your whole probatio? Is it shio? Is it like ratio or atio? Probatio? I'm gonna say both, and then whatever's the correct one, I said it. Probatio, which sounds bad. Probatio, diabolica. Bit is just bullying him into a corner. Like, talk about a total mood killer.
渋谷殿の言う通りだ。エントランスホールへと移動したトリックとやらがわからぬ以上、疑うなど論外なのである。
Lady downtown has the right of it. So long as any such gimmick remains hidden, your accusation is out of the question.
が、我の必殺技プラズマナックルを使えば風穴を開けることはできるが。
Perchance my plasma knuckles, capable of winning any bout, could make such a hole, but still.
いや、風穴開けちゃったら元に戻らないでしょ。
A punched out hole wouldn't close back up anyway.
そもそも 20分で大人の男性の体をここまで切断することなど可能なのでしょうか。
First things first, is it even possible to dismember an adult male to this extent within 20 minutes?
犯人を男性だと仮定してもよほど手際よく切断しなければ難しいと思います。
Even if the killer themselves is male, they would need an extremely deft hand at amputation to pull off something so difficult.
血抜きや皮を剥ぐ必要がないし、狩猟に慣れてるやつなら可能だと思うがな。俺ならやれる自信があるぜ。
Not like you need to skin him or bleed him out. Any hunter could do it. Hell, would have been a snap if I was the crook.
じゃあヤマトさんが犯人ってことでいいですね。
So it's safe to assume you're the culprit then?
自信があるってだけだっつうの。戒律の処理やらで時間が足りねえのは間違いないしな。
I just bet I could is all. There'd be no time to deal with all that spurting blood anyhow.
いや、時間は十分だったんだ。社畜さんはおそらく僕と同じことを考えてる。
Actually, I'd say there was. Workaholic probably shares my thoughts on that.
君も気づいたようだね。そう、わずかな時間でもバラバラにできるんだよ。隠し通路の罠にも使用されたこのワイヤーソーを使えばね。
So, you noticed as well. It's true, one could dismember a body in a short span of time if they use those wires we encountered. As he speaks, Workaholic holds up a blood-drenched wire. Unpleasant as it is, I'm reminded of how easily Doleful Detective's leg was cut earlier.
まさかそのワイヤーで量子探偵を。
You mean, someone used this wire on Senior Detective?
なあ、もしかしたら犯人はローシさんから私たちに連絡があった時点であらかじめワイヤーを彼に巻きつけていたのかもしれない。
Yes, in fact, it's possible that Senior Detective was already wrapped up in these wires when he got in contact with us.
そうして脅すことで無理やりローシさんに連絡をさせた後、ワイヤーを引っ張って四肢を切断すれば、あとは脱出するだけだ。
He may have done so under duress, after which the wires were pulled, slicing him into pieces. All that remains then is for the culprit to escape.
そのワイヤーはさっき見張り役の皆さんを呼びに行った際に僕が見つけました。偶然血で足が滑っちゃって。
I chanced on one of those wires again when I went to get the others. My foot happened to slip on it since it was coated in blood.
付着した血の量からして、先ほど飛躍君が引っかかったワイヤーでないことは明白だ。
Based on the amount of blood, it's clearly not the same wire you first encountered.
犯人はおそらく僕らが隠し通路のワイヤーを切断することも見越して隠し通路の床に捨てたんだろうね。
Killer must have anticipated us getting past the wires in the passage, discarded on the floor there.
いや、むしろ凶器を隠すために犯人自らがワイヤーの罠を設置しておいたのかもしれない。
Or perhaps, Killer themselves set the traps in order to hide the murder weapon.
ともかく現状では無能君を犯人として疑わざるを得ないんだ。何か反論があるなら言ってほしい。
Either way, we have no other recourse but to suspect incompetent for now. Speak up if you have any objections.
僕はやってません。
Yeah, I've got some, I've got some. I didn't do it. I've got some objections. I for some reason, even though I just read the word, I couldn't think of objections. Like it just escaped when I was trying to say it. I kept on, my mouth kept wanting to say rejections. I've got some rejections. I didn't do it. I shout on impulse. Regret fills me almost immediately. I'd say the same thing if I was guilty, as would anybody in my shoes.
無能君がやったなんて僕も信じられないよ。だけど信じられないからこそ真実を解き明かさないといけないって思うんだ。
I refuse to believe incompetent did it, but that's all the more reason for us to find out what really happened.
ああ、私も同意見だ。同盟の仲間が犯人だなんて信じたくないが、探偵として真実を追求しなければならない。
Agreed. I don't want to accept that a fellow DA member could do such a thing, but as a detective, pursuing the truth is paramount. Workaholic fixes me with a steely look. I want to speak up, but don't know what to say. I've reached my limits just processing all these theories. There's no room for me to make my own deductions.
おい待てよ。 無能の兄さんが犯人だってにはちょいと状況が露骨すぎねえかい？
Hold up. Ain't the idea of incompetent being the perp a bit too, I don't know, far-fetched?
俺にはわかるぜ。犯人は別にいるってな。
You ask me, we got the wrong guy here.
根拠は何ですか？無能さんを疑わない理由を知りたいです。
Do you have evidence to support this? I'd like to know why you don't suspect incompetent.
俺の勘がギンギンにささやくからだよ。こういう時の俺の勘はよく当たるんだ。
Call it a gut feeling. I'm usually dead on the money with these sort of things.
非科学的すぎます。推理は根拠に基づき順序立てて進めましょう。
That's downright scientifically impossible. We need to base our investigation on solid proof and logic.
んだとこら喧嘩売ってんのかてめえはよ。
Back off, Poindexter. You looking for a fight?
はい、やめ喧嘩はマジサゲポエちゃんだから禁止ね。
Okay, time out. No more fighting, guys. You're like seriously harshing my vibe.
だけど科学の坊ちゃんがよ。
But that little punk was the one who...
別に無能先輩を疑ってるとか言ってないじゃん。だよね、科学ちゃん。
Look, it's not like Techie said he full on suspects incompetent or whatever. Am I right?
ええ、結論を出すのはまだ早いと思うだけです。
Precisely. I simply believe it's too early to confirm or deny that hypothesis.
何らかの方法で犯人が館を脱出した可能性やまだ館の中に残っている可能性も拭えませんから。
We can't rule out either conclusion yet. Culprit could have fled, but they could also still be inside the building.
すまねえ。俺はまた先走った真似をしちまったようだ。
Oh, sorry about that. I might have gotten ahead of myself there. Again. Workaholic detective claps his hands, interrupting the discussion.
それぞれに思うところがあるのはよく分かった。今からエントランスホールにリーダーを迎えに行くから、その後は各自で自由に捜査を進めることにしよう。
It appears we have a number of opinions. Going to the entrance hall to meet the chief. Let's investigate this individually after that.
待つのだ、社畜殿。せっかく探偵たちが集結しているのだぞ。
Halt, sir, workaholic. We have many a detective assembled here already.
我々は互いの手を取り合い、協力して事件に臨むべきなのではないか？
Ought we not to join forces and confront this case together?
だけど、このわずかな間でも口論が発生している。
Perhaps, but even this short amount of time, our conflicting opinions have already come to light.
今私たちはそれぞれ異なる結論に向かって捜査を進めようとしているよね。協力は難しいんじゃないかな。
Each of us seeks to tackle this case through a starkly different approach. Collaborating in these conditions would only work against us.
同感ですね。僕は自分なりの方法で冷静に科学的に捜査を進めていきます。
I concur. I'll proceed with my investigation in my own way, calmly and scientifically.
なんだよその冷めた目は。俺のさっきの発言を非難してんのか？
What's with that glare? Got a bone to pick with me or something?
悪かったって。だけど人間なんだからよ。最後は感情を重視しちまうもんだろうよ。
I already apologized. At the end of the day, I'm human. I'm gonna get where I need to by following my heart.
それでは探偵失格だと思います。
That alone ought to disqualify you from this line of work.
だとこら探偵が忍者を忘れたら終わりだろうが。
Like hell. It's all over once the detective forgets what it means to be human.
ああ、もう落ち着きなって。すぐに頭に血を上らせんなっつうの。
Oh my god, just cool it already. I literally just asked you not to fly off the handle. Downtown detective does her best to intervene as Rowdy shouts at Techie. Doleful stands beside the three of them, flustered and directionless, as Armor and Workaholic continue their heated debate. It doesn't seem like the investigation is going to start anytime soon. Just like Workaholic Detective said, everyone's playing this by their own rules, so no one is taking the lead.
皆さん、
Everyone? I want to suggest we all work together, but the words die in my throat. There's no way I could be so bold when I'm the prime suspect. I know that, and yet I feel like I need to say something. My fist clenches. Unlike me, each of the detectives here has their own talents and strengths. It's my incompetence that really drives home how amazing they are. But that's exactly why I need to speak up now.
口論なんてしてる場合じゃないでしょ。
Now is not the time for arguing, wouldn't you say? I chime in, but my voice comes out so softly that no one hears me. Together, these detectives could solve any case, and yet here they are, arguing. That angers me far more than being a suspect.
僕はまた救えなかったんだ。老子探偵の近くにいたのに。
I failed to save someone again, even though Senior Detective is so close by.
何もできずに見ているだけなんて、そんなの探偵になった意味がないだろう。
What's the point of being a detective if all I can do is sit around and watch these things happen? My self-loathing mounts as I listen to them bicker amongst each other. My position in this situation doesn't matter. What happens to me isn't as important as getting these detectives to work as a team.
皆さん、聞いてください。
Everyone, please listen. The other detectives turn to face me. Naturally, they all look rather dubious. I falter for a moment, but desperately push on.
僕を疑っている人は少なくないと思います。それでもいいです。疑われても仕方がない立場だと思いますから。
I know a lot of you suspect me. That's fine. There's a lot to suspect, and I understand that.
だから一度、皆さんで協力して事件を捜査してみませんか？
But can't you all at least try to cooperate?
協力か。それは難しいね。我々はどうにも捜査の方針が違いすぎる。
Cooperate? That's a tall order. Personal modes of investigation are hardly compatible.
うちも協力には賛成だけどさ、現状じゃ無理くね？
I'm always down for a collab, but you're kind of asking for the impossible right now.
そもそもの方針からして無能先輩を容疑者とするかしないかで方針が真逆なわけだしさ。
I mean, we couldn't even agree on whether or not you're the prime suspect.
だから方針を統一してほしいんです。
That's why I want everyone to agree on what direction to take.
方針を統一？
What direction to take?
そうです。
That's right. Although I'm too tense to make a proper response, I force my voice out, trying to be as bold as I give the detectives my suggestion.
皆さん全員で僕を犯人とする線で捜査してみてください。
Please, proceed with your investigation under the assumption that I did it.
僕が犯人だという前提のもとなら、今みたいな口論も起きにくいでしょう。
If you start there, you'll be less likely to have any more arguments like this one, right? Unify yourselves with hating me. The detectives fall silent. Maybe telling them to suspect me was too brazen a move after all.
正気かよあんた。
Is your head screwed on wrong or something?
せっかく俺たちが擁護してやってんのに、自分から疑われてとか言いかれてんのか？
After all the effort we spent defending you, you got the guts to ask to be the suspect? Ask to be the suspect? I slurred through that. Have you lost your goddamn marbles?
諦めずともいいではないか。急にどうしたのだ、無能殿。
I beseech you not to give up, Sir Incompetent. What has become of your resolve?
何も諦めていませんよ。僕だって疑われるのは嫌です。
I'm not giving up. It's not as if I want to be the main suspect here.
でも僕のせいで捜査が滞るのはもっと嫌なんです。僕は皆さんの推理力にかけたいんですよ。
But it'd be even worse if the investigation stalled out because of me. I'm staking my safety on your deductive reasoning. I raised my voice with all my strength, my trembling hands balling into fists.
無能な僕自身よりも皆さんの方がずっと信じられる。
I trust all of you far more than my own incompetence.
皆さんが協力して捜査してくれれば真実を、僕が犯人でないことを証明してくれるって信じているんです。
If you work together, I know the truth will come out. I'm sure you'll prove I didn't do it. The detectives suddenly take in my words. Not one of them speaks up. They all simply stare at me, incredulous. I guess my suggestion was overstepping my bounds. Only made them all even more distrustful of me. But I don't regret it. I'd much rather have these outstanding detectives suspect me than continue arguing in vain.
我々なら君が犯人でないことを証明してくれると信じるか。
So you insist that because we're on the case, we'll end up proving you aren't the culprit.
探偵冥利に尽きる言葉じゃないか。探偵職。
Such words make one feel blessed to be a detective. Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I hear a cold, beautiful voice behind me. A cold and beautiful voice. I can't wait to see who this cold and beautiful voice is originating from. My breath catches as I turn around.
さて、
Oh, she's so cool looking.
諸君らはどうする？
Just how should we respond when a suspect gives a statement like that?
いつまでも着地点のない討論を続けるのか、速やかに行動に移るのか、答えを聞きたいな。
Continue to argue, never to find any common ground, or take action, swiftly and promptly. I eagerly await your answer. Her hair is white as snow, her gleaming eyes purple like hydrangeas, her skin smooth with features like a porcelain doll. That's it. I figured it out. She's done it. She did it. At her back stands a far from ordinary girl. The others are visibly thrown off by her arrival. It's clear that she stands out even among these prominent detectives.
リーダー、なぜこの場所に？到着したらエントランスへ迎えに行くと伝えていましたよね。
Chief, why are you here? I specified that I would meet you at the entrance when you arrived.
盟友である老子君が殺されたというのに、入り口でのほほんと待機などできようか。いいなだ。
Do you truly believe I would wait idly by when my dear friend, senior detective, has been murdered? Out of the question.
他の探偵たちを置いて、一人で先に来てしまったよ。
I left our colleagues to themselves and went ahead on my own. The girl workaholic called Chief speaks without a hint of timidity. Footsteps sound out from the passageway. Evidently, the other detectives followed her lead heading to this room.
地下室のこと報告していましたっけ？通路の罠で怪我してはいけないから伝えていなかったと思うのですが。
We never told you about this basement, did we? We figured it'd be better that way, so no one would get hurt inside the tunnel.
エントランスの床を踏んだ際に、足音が下に響いていくのを感じてな。試しに床に耳を当ててみれば、君たちの声が聞こえるじゃないか。
I noticed an echo beneath my feet upon entering, so placed my ear to the floor. What should I hear but your voices?
それで大体の構造は察したよ。地下通路への道は開いていたし、迷い要素がないだろう。
From there, I deduced the general layout and discovered the secret path that had been left open. Hardly a mystery, really. The chief shares her amazing feats as though they were simply a matter of course. We worked so hard to find this underground room, and yet she found it by merely touching the floor. No wonder the others looked shocked. He. Huh? I startle as the girl gives me a smile. Compared to how she treats the others, her gaze on me feels more personal. No, I'm probably mistaken. I must be.
君が噂の新入り君だな。私は理想探偵、八崎港対策チームのリーダーを務めているものだ。
So, you're the newcomer I've been hearing about. I am Ideal Detective. I lead the team working to stop the Quartering Duke.
先ほどはいい単価だったよ。君には期待しているから、その調子で物おじせず、どんどん意見を出すといい。
Your spirited appeal earlier was admirable. I'm expecting much of you, so keep at it. I never hesitate to share your thoughts.
先ほどは取り乱してすみませんでした。他の探偵の皆さんも到着したら、事件の全容と私の推理を報告します。
I apologize for losing my composure just now. Once the other detectives arrive, I'll brief you all on the situation and give my impressions.
ありがとう、社畜君。助かるよ。
Thank you, Workaholic. That would be much appreciated.
ただ、勘違いをしていそうだから、最初にはっきりと言っておこう。
But first, allow me to clear up a certain misconception you seem to be laboring under.
この事件の容疑者は、私たち八崎港対策チームのメンバー全員だ。君にも、私にも、犯行が可能なトリックがあるんだよ。
Each and every member of the Quartering Duke investigation is a suspect. You, I, or any of us have the means to carry out this murder. What? Commotion erupts as the detectives speak over each other, which, of course, is unsurprising. Other than me, nobody else was in the manor at the time Senior Detective died. On top of that, this murder required enough time for a full dismemberment. In what possible way could he have been killed? Ideal Detective has only just arrived here, but her hydrangea Ideal. Wait, how do you know her name was Ideal? Did it say Ideal and I didn't even catch it? Ideal Detective has only just arrived here, but her hydrangea-like eyes glimmer like gems, as if they picked up on something.
事件の輪郭は見えた。あとは君たちと協力し、実像を捉えるだけだ。
The outline of the case is clear. All that remains is for us to pool our efforts and ascertain the reality of the situation.
さあ、探偵諸君。反撃開始と行こうじゃないか。
With that, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe it's time to make our reprisal. Soon enough, the other detectives join us at the scene.
God damn it. 老子よ。
Oh,
あなたまで先に行ってしまうとは。神はどこまで我々に試練を与えるというのか。
God damn it, Senior. To think your time would come so soon. Just how many trials does the Lord expect us to endure? Alright, let's take a look at our characters here. We have... It looks like he's doing a hand thing. He's got some, like, prayer bead looking things. Oh, and then we got really short, tiny girl. And then we have someone with goggles. And goggles. And then we have someone with a fan. I can't tell. Does she have, like, a... What's that thing behind her? Is that also part of her hair or outfit? Or is that part of... Mystic Detective. I vow that I, Mystic Detective, shall send the culprit straight to hell. Mark my words, courting Duke. The flames below burn hot.
いや、あなた別に老子探偵と仲良くなかったでしょう。と、少女は冷ややかに事実を述べた。
Basically, is that the tiny girl? But you weren't even close to Senior Detective, the girl said, coldly stating the facts.
我らの絆を愚弄するな、文学探偵。
Bookie.
私たち探偵同盟のメンバーは魂で結びついたソウルメイト。交流の有無は関係ないのだ。
You mustn't mock our bond, Bookie. Members of the D are spiritually bound. Soulmates. The extent of our interactions is irrelevant. She looks like what is it, her name? Ashley from WarioWare games. Bookworm. Bookworm.
少女は旧敵への怒りで静かに拳を震わせた。
Repulsive spiritual intimacy aside, I concur. Courting Duke must pay, the girl said, fist shaking at the thought of her adversary. A middle-aged man in anachronistic Western garments and a black-haired girl clutching a hardcover book approach the body, chatting. The man has the mien of a seasoned veteran. The girl, on the other hand, looks around 10, yet doesn't flinch at the sight of a corpse. Both of them must be experienced detectives.
探偵序列5位である私、家族探偵にはすでに真実がお見通しでしたよ。
I, posh detective, ranked number 5 in the DA, have already arrived at the crux of this mystery. Number 5, the woman, dressed so elegantly that she looks out of place, jabs a finger at me.
洋館で倒れてたというそこの庶民臭い男。無能探偵が犯人で決定ですわ。2階で見つかったナイフは館から出られず、凶器の処分に困った証拠ですもの。
Our culprit is a commoner found unconscious. Incompetent detective. The hastily hidden knife on the second floor proves he was unable to escape. Now I'm a mystery video game man connoisseur. If these detectives were so good, they would know that the first culprit especially is never the most obvious selection. It's never the first obvious person. You know what I mean? People run the shit. Oh dear me, there I go again, demonstrating my incredible acumen. Perhaps this time I took the reins as chief instead.
あらあら、
の推理は誤っているって理想ちゃんが言ってたわよ。
Now hold on a moment. Didn't Ideal reject that theory just now?
なんですってどうせデタラメな推理なのでしょ。そうなのでしょ美食探偵。
I beg your pardon? Her theory is the one that's utter hogwash, I'm sure. Isn't that right, gourmet detective? Gourmet detective? The woman called Posh Detective speaks to someone in a motorcycle suit who smiles as if she's enjoying herself.
どうかしらね。そんなことよりもゲドウちゃんの匂いがしないのだけど、どうしたのかしら。おやつタイム？
Heh, I wonder about that. Anyway, I don't smell Renegade lingering around. Where'd he go? Snack break?
ああ、外道探偵なら洋館へ着く前に今回の事件は興味が湧かないからサボると言っていたよ。きっと1階のリビングで寝ているのだろう。
Upon arriving, he decided to abstain, stating that this case didn't interest him. I imagine you'll find him napping in the first floor living room.
なんですって大先輩である老子探偵がお亡くなりになりましたのよ。一体何を考えておりますの？
Napping? Even though senior detective, a legend in our field, has been killed? Why, I never. Just what is that man thinking?
マイペースを崩さないのが彼のいいところだ。また別の事件で活躍してくれるだろうから好きにさせてあげよう。
Renegade's non-conforming nature is a strong suit. I'm sure he'll put his talents to use later on, so let's leave him be for now.
リーダーであるあなたが甘いから序列上位の方々は命令無視が多いのですわよ。今回だって最高戦力である機密探偵も探偵紳士も来ていないじゃありませんの。
Lenient leadership like this is why high-ranking agents defy your orders. Classified detective and detective gentleman didn't even deign to show up. That's not what I meant to click. Alright, first let's look at roster here. Oh, don't get that person, but we'll get... Alright, here we go. Bookworm. Intelligence report. Bookworm Detective 15, 43 case solved. Case of the Jujo family treasure. Reading, visiting library, special skills, photographic memory. Additional notes, a girl of 11 years who has read more than 10,000 books, any of which she can recite word for word due to her powerful memory. That's insane. Both of her parents were murdered by a teacher she had admired, causing her to develop a lack of empathy and trust toward others. She has a tendency to approach things from a third-person perspective. Gourmet. Number 9, 78 cases. Case of sea turtle soup. Visiting rest stops, super palate. A woman with such exceptional olfactory and gustatory senses that she can even use them to infer the feelings of others. Since her youth, she sampled every flavor imaginable, gaining both an immunity to and a taste for various poisons. She has a gentle demeanor, but detests killers above all for robbing people of the freedom to enjoy food. Her passion arises when saving lives and stopping criminals. Mystic. Oh, he's got an eye patch. I thought it was a full, like, eye cover. It's just an eye patch. Half eyes. Case solved 92. He's ranked number 7. Case of the lycanthrope. Hobbies, amulets, mainly dolls, and reading. Occult investigation is a special skill. Veteran detective, specializing in cases with strong supernatural elements. While investigating the case of the vampire, he scoured the globe far and wide for any and all knowledge on the occult. While he tends to suspect that unearthly forces are at play in his cases, it does not mean that he cannot separate fiction from reality, but rather that he's the type of man who does not exclude any possibilities. When in a tranquil state of mind, his investigative prowess is first rate among members of the detective alliance. Posh. Number 5 rank. 203 cases solved. The case of the altered Mona Lisa, vegetable gardening and fine art, and has the aesthetic eye special skill. A descendant of the world-famous Pinkerton National Detective Agency's founder, haughty and conceited, she views Ideal Detective as a rival, highly skilled in her own right, particularly in her sense of aesthetics. She was trained from youth to spot fakes and forgeries, a skill she boasts top accuracy for within the DA. She is, however, heavily reliant upon her organization, often struggling to display her full potential during solo investigations. And lastly, Ideal Detective, ranked number 2. 1,098 cases solved. Notable case, foiled bombing at Tokyo government building. Foiled mass shooting in Akihabara. Hobby, collecting cute accessories. Special skill, future sight. Oh, the Pokemon move? Though ranked second, her outstanding charisma leads others to consider her the de facto chief of the Detective Alliance, a notion of which she approves. Influential in many circles, she serves as the face of the Alliance in place of its creator, the elusive founding detective, Vidiok. I'm just going to say Vidiok. I don't know if that's going to be true, but correct pronunciation. But her most valued skill is her future sight, which has allowed her to preemptively foil numerous crimes. She often consults law enforcement investigators via video call, solving cases through the screen. And yeah, we're just missing one then. Okay. Lexicon time. Classified detective. A detective alias handed down from generation to generation in the Iwai clan, the most prestigious family in the domestic detective industry. Just as the name suggests, they never act unless it concerns a case of the utmost national secrecy. Even among the upper echelons of the Alliance, only a scant few have ever seen this individual. The clan always acts under the guidance of family head Mikazuki Iwai, solving cases quickly and dispassionately. Detective Gentleman, a genteel detective who always wears a suit. He styles his alias in reversed order because he sees himself more as a gentleman who is a detective rather than the other way around. That's funny. His eccentricities are unrivaled within the DA. Despite being a talented investigator, he only accepts cases that suit his personal sensibilities. According to his apprentice, however, he is surprisingly easy to manipulate once a beautiful lady is involved. Okay.
ピンカートン家の誇りにかけてこの私が必ず
Alright.
リーダーの座を奪って差し上げますわ
On the honor of the Pinkerton name, I swear that I will wrest the title of chief from you. Ideal detective doesn't flinch, and merely smiles at posh detective's belligerence.
ありがとう家族くん君のような目的意識の強い部下がいてくれるおかげで私は安心して危険な事件にも身を投じられるんだ
Thank you, posh. Zealous subordinates such as yourself allow me to plunge into my work without fear, despite the risk.
もし私が敵にはめられて前線を退いた際は探偵同盟をよろしく頼むよ
Should the enemy ever succeed in removing me from the front lines, I entrust the Detective Alliance to you.
不吉なことを言うんじゃありませんわこの私を実績で上回るあなたほどの探偵が下手を打つわけないじゃありませんの
I'll thank you not to speak such ominous things. Your achievements far surpass mine. Nothing of this sort could ever happen.
リーダーの座を奪うときは実力で奪い取りますからそのつもりでいなさい我が宿命のライバル
I shall supplant your position by my own merits. Be sure of it, my destined rival. Workaholic Detective explains the situation to those who arrive from the facility. Once he's finished, Ideal Detective addresses us.
君たちも目の当たりにした通り探偵同盟本部最後の生き残りと思われていた老子探偵が何者かに殺害された
As you can see, Senior Detective, believed to be the last surviving member from Detective Alliance headquarters, has been murdered.
そして殺した犯人はおそらく探偵同盟の中にいる
Which means, in all likelihood, that the perpetrator is a part of the DA as well. Tensions rise across the room. Some detectives look at each other while others turn their gazes at me. Doesn't seem like they're going to stop suspecting me anytime soon.
どうせそこの庶民が犯人なのでしょ私の高貴な頭脳がそう囁くのですわ
That common pleb simply must be the killer. My highborn brain cells reassure me so.
私も同意見です。状況を冷静に考えていけば、無能君以外に犯行は不可能でしょう。そもそも、彼には不審な点が多すぎます。
I agree. Rationally speaking, no one but incompetent could be the culprit. His story is dubious from A to Z.
庶民のくせにいいことをおっしゃるじゃありませんの社畜探偵さんもっと私を褒めたたえなさい
Though you two are of common birth, your words ring true. I grant you leave to sing my praises, Workaholic Detective, loud and clear.
褒めてはないかな。
She could die and I wouldn't care. I wasn't actually praising you.
はじめに最大の誤解を解いておこうか
Let's begin by clearing up the most fundamental misapprehension.
そこの無能探偵などと呼ばれる彼は侵入者じゃない私自らが直々に招待したこの会議の正式なメンバーだよ
Incompetent detective is no intruder. I personally invited him to our meeting as a formal member.
リーダー自らが一体何のために？
You personally invited him? But why? Workaholic addresses the elephant in the room. Even I'm hearing this for the first time. I have no idea what she intends for me. As if sensing my confusion, Ideal Detective's eyes meet my own. Those hydrangea-hued irises implored me to trust her.
私が最も信頼できる存在をそばに置きたかったというシンプルな理由だよ。
It's simple, really. I wish to have the person I trust most at my side.
彼自身は覚えていないかもしれないが、私は過去に彼に命を救われているな。その潜在能力を高く評価しているんだ。
He may not remember, but he once saved my life. Consider his potential abilities to be no less than extraordinary.
島へ招いてほしいと老子探偵に頼んではおいたが、まさか拉致まがいなやり方で監禁するとは、さすがの私も予想外だったよ。
I requested that senior detective invite him to the island, but I didn't anticipate his methods would involve kidnapping and confinement. Workaholic Detective's mouth hangs open as Ideal Detective casually explains the unexpected. Which makes sense. This is an extreme mixture of business and private affairs. I can tell he's in no state to even begin questioning her. Not to mention, I'm quite surprised myself.
命を救ったって何のこと？今初めて出会ったばかりだっていうのに。
I saved her life, but we've only just met. I have more questions than I can count, but at the very least, this does make me seem a bit less suspicious. Now's not the time to make any clumsy comments, so I stay quiet and let Ideal Detective take the floor.
本当にそれだけかしら？疑わしい匂いが香るのだけれどね。
Is that really it? Something feels fishy to me.
さすが美食君、噂通りのいい鼻をしているな。いくらでも疑うといい。後ろめたいことなど一切ないからな。
It's true what they say. Your nose is unmatched. But please, suspect away. There's nothing to feel guilty about.
無能君が犯人でないとしたら、犯人は誰なのかな？
So if incompetent isn't the killer, who is?
老師さんから連絡があった時、無能君以外の全員が現場から離れた研究棟にいたよね。
All of us, save for incompetent, were in the research facility when Senior got in touch with us, so we were all away from the scene.
いい質問だな、飛脚君。君たちが無能君を疑った根拠は例の連絡だろ？
Excellent question, Doful. That very occurrence is what caused you all to suspect incompetent, correct?
それこそが犯人の仕組んだ最初の罠だ。そもそも老子探偵からの連絡はこの地下室から発信されたものではないんだよ。
That was the culprit's first trap. Senior detective's message was not, in fact, sent from down in this basement.
あの連絡の直後にこの場所で老子探偵が殺されたのは間違いないはずですよね。
But Senior Detective
少
wasn't.
女は純粋な疑問をリーダーに投げかけた。
But Senior Detective was unquestionably killed here just after making contact, wasn't he? Girl asked the chief with full sincerity. Why does that guy look like... Doesn't he look like an older form of, like... What's his name? Shulk from... I think I just the red and then the blonde hair. I'm like, oh, it's like old Shulk from, like, Xenoblade Chronicles.
わかったぞ。死後に電話させたんだな。ブードゥーの資料召喚の儀式を利用すれば確かに可能かもしれない。
I have it. His spirit was compelled to contact us post-mortem. Quite possible with the right voodoo ritual.
オカルトノーミス野郎は黙っててください。と、妄言を口にする男性を少女は罵倒した。
Keep quiet, you occult-obsessed twit, snapped the girl, scolding the man for his useless comment. That thing on her backpack. Also, I gotta double check. I noticed this earlier. I think this is being done intentionally. I don't know if I could go all the way back to... I'm gonna keep an eye out for it. But I noticed this the first time because I thought it was weird. And then now it's starting to make sense and it's doing it again. Bookworm, and after reading her thing, her description thing, I'm pretty sure she's the only one whose text boxes include, like, I know there's a phrase for them, but the part after like a thing is so like Bookworm's here. The girl asks the chief with full sincerity, and then scolding the man, snap the girl, scolding the man for his useless comment. Like I think that's a bit. And I think that's actually very funny. Her being Bookworm and her being referring to herself in the third person on all that. Is she? Let me see this.
オカルトノーミス野郎は黙っててくださいと妄言を口にする男性を少女は罵倒した
See, I think she is. Obviously, I don't speak Japanese, but I think she is reading the full thing.
あの連絡の直後にこの場所で老子探偵が殺されたのは間違いないはずですよねと少女は純粋な疑問をリーダーに投げかけた
Yeah, I think she's doing that. That's actually really funny. Okay, so I think, yeah, I think I'm picking up. That's actually very funny. She's reading the full thing. Okay. That makes a whole lot of sense then. At first, when I saw it, I noticed it a while back when I think when she was first speaking. I was like, wait, why is she like the only one who's getting... Yeah, that's funny. I like that. This is good. I like her. I like that. I like a bit. I like a character with a bit they stick to. That's very funny. Naturally, Mystic is incorrect, but making the dead speak is a step in the right direction.
今試して分かったことだがこの地下室では通信が遮断され外部への連絡など不可能だからな
I've tested it, and this basement has no signal. Contacting the outside simply is impossible from in here. I beg your pardon? Beg your pardon? The other detectives pipe up in shock. Does this mean that Senior Detective was restrained somewhere other than the basement when he made contact? That can't be right. There are 20 minutes between the message being sent and the detective's arrival at the manor. It would be impossible to drag someone down that narrow, wire-filled passage, not to mention dismembering them in so short a time frame.
ロースさんから連絡があったのは事実ですよね。地下室では不可能ならどのように連絡を
It's the fact that Senior contacted us, no? It's not from the basement. How else could he have done it?
気づいてしまえば単純なトリックだよ
It's a simple trick, really, once you've thought it out.
犯人はローシ君の声を真似ていただけなんだ。今私が行っているようにな。
A culprit imitated Senior's voice, just as I'm doing right now. Ideal Detective sounds just like Senior Detective as she speaks. If my eyes were closed, I may well have mistaken her for the man himself. She's that skilled at impersonating him.
生体模写ですか
Okay, it was her then.
確かに犯人が私の推理通りの人物像なら可能ですね
Vocal mimicry, It's certainly a possibility if the killer is the kind of person I imagine them to be. Vocal mimicry. I've heard about this historical skill from my mentor. It originated from Edo period theater. He told me how they were established modes of practice, and then the DA, where disguises often came in handy, many were experts in the art. Though I doubt I could ever master it, no matter how hard I tried.
探偵同盟に犯人がいると言ったのはこれが理由なんですね
Is that why you're so certain the culprit is part of the Detective Alliance?
さっきの研究員たちの虐殺もローシさんからの連絡の偽装も探偵たちの中に裏切り者が潜んでいたなら十分に可能だ
If a traitor lurks in our midst, then the massacre at Snarks would be plausible enough, as would the idea of a fake message from Senior Detective.
探偵なら可能な犯行であるがゆえに逆説的に犯人は探偵の可能性が高くなる
Such criminal acts would be feasible for another detective, paradoxically increasing the odds that one is indeed the culprit.
ああそもそも研究棟の探偵たち22名を全滅させるなんて外部の侵入者だけでは不可能だ組織内部の何者かによる手引きがあったのは間違いないだろう
Exactly. A mere intruder killing 22 research facility detectives would be inconceivable. This was most assuredly an inside job.
研究棟の遺体を発見した私たちはそのあまりの事態に混乱を隠せなかった様子を伺っていた組織の裏切り者
We were unable to control our turmoil when we discovered the bodies in the facility, and so did the traitor among us bide their time.
この事件の犯人が電話で私たちの動きを操るのはたやすかったはずだ天井をすり抜けてエントランスホールに行くよりもずっとね
The killer would have an easy time manipulating us through a call, a far easier time than slipping up through the ceiling to the entrance hall.
ちょい待ちちょい待ち、いくら探偵だからってうちには生体模写とか絶対に無理なんですけど。
Hold up, I don't care how cool detectives are. No way they can just copy people's voices.
その通りである。筋肉を鍛え上げてきた我であるが、生体は並。生体模写などとてもとても。
Verily, my training earned me mighty thews, yet my vocal cords remain meddling at best. Such mimicry is out of the question.
ああ、普通ならばできやしない。だが今回私たちが対峙する相手は平気で数十人を殺害する機体の殺人鬼。
I'll concede that it couldn't normally be done, but we are facing someone who easily slew a dozen of our comrades. No normal killer, to be sure.
私たちが推理のプロフェッショナルだとしたら相手は殺人のスペシャリストだ。
If
普
we're
通ならばできないことの一つや二つ何食わぬ顔で成し遂げるだろう。
If we are professionals in logic and reason, then our opponent is a specialist in homicide. One or two impossible feats would hardly faze them.
発想を自分の価値観に押しとどめるな。目的のためならば自分の肉体を改造し不可能を可能とする。それが殺人鬼というものだよ。
Don't let your perception limit your perspective. Bodily alterations, unfeasible acts, a murderous fiend will stop at nothing to achieve their aims. Both of them fall silent at Ideal Detective's words. Persuasiveness holds a weight that brooks no argument.
リーダー、電話をわざわざ偽装するということは、ローシさんはあの時。
If that phone message was falsified, Chief, then by the time we received it, Senior was...
ああ、すでに殺されていたか、もしくは電話などできない状態だったのだろう。犯人は電話をすることで犯行時刻をごまかしたのさ。
Precisely. He was already dead, or at least in no state to speak. Culprit used the time to tamper with the chronology of the crime.
遺体をわざわざバラバラにしたのも、八つ崎港の犯行を模したと思わせて、犯行時刻を特定しづらくするためですか。巧妙なトリックですね。
So the dismembered body is meant to make us think this was done by the quartering duke, as well as distort the time of death. How ingenious.
まんまと犯人の策略に乗ってしまい、申し訳ありません。私もまだまだですね。
My deepest apologies for allowing the killer's ploy to deceive me. It would seem I still have much more to learn. Workaholic Detective hangs his head. Ideal Detective smiles gently at him before continuing to speak.
地下室でローシ君殺害の準備を整えた犯人は彼のデバイスを片手に地下室を後にした。そして計画通り研究棟で調査中の私に連絡を入れた。
The culprit set up Senior's death in here, fled with his D-pad. Then, per their plan, they contacted me as we investigated Snarks.
そして老子探偵の遺体を発見させるために探偵同盟のメンバーを8日へ呼び出したんだ。
In doing so, they summoned the DA members to the manor so that Senior's body would be discovered.
待てよ、老子のおやつさんからの連絡はリーダーが録音してくれた音声を俺たち全員が聞いたんだぜ。
Hold up, boss. We all heard that recording you made of old Senior's message, right?
声の違いに誰も気づけなかったなんてこと科学的にありえるんですか？
Is it even remotely scientifically possible that none of us would notice his voice wasn't the same?
人間の記憶の特性だよ。
That'd be due to the peculiarities of the human memory.
人間の脳は構造上視覚情報の記憶が得意な一方で言語情報や聴覚情報の記憶は苦手としている。
Human brain excels at recalling visuals, but struggles to do the same with linguistic and auditory information.
そのため親しい相手であったとしても電話で声を聞いただけでは正確に電話主を思い出せない例は珍しくない。
Because of this, it's not uncommon for people to be incapable of identifying a caller on the phone, even if it's someone they know well.
確かに取引先の名前を覚える際、容姿や声と名前を結びつけると覚えやすいと言われている。文字や声の情報だけでは記憶が曖昧になるんだ。
often say that a client's name is easier to remember when associated with a voice or face. Things grow hazier with words and sound alone.
電話で相手の名前を聞いた途端に記憶と声が結びつくことってあるわよね。それと同じ原理だと思うわ。
Yeah, sometimes once you hear a person's name on the phone, your memory makes the connection with their voice. Same diff.
電話での振り込め詐欺がいい例だな。電話主に名前を先に口にされると、記憶と声に多少の差異があろうとも誤認してしまう。
Bank transfer scams are a prime example. Scammer begins by providing the caller's name, so you fall for it even if their voice doesn't match.
多少の声の違和感は通信の不具合が原因だろうと、自分で自分を都合よく納得させてしまうんだ。
You end up convincing yourself that any oral discrepancies are a result of a poor connection.
そういえばさ、老子のじっちゃんからの連絡、マジで聞き取りづらさやばかったよね。あれって声の違いを隠すためだったわけ？
Speaking of, Old Man Senior's message was like totally screwy with static. Could barely hear him. Was that just a cover-up?
おそらくはな。すべてが作為的な連絡だったんだよ。
Likely so. The whole thing seems contrived.
そこまで分かっているなら、呼びかけに答えなければよかったではありませんの？犯人の思惑通りに探偵を派遣するなんて。
If you knew all this, then why respond to the summons? Dispatching detectives to follow the whims of a killer? The gall.
信じたかったのさ。
Because I wanted to believe it was him. For the first time, Ideal Detective's expression grows dark and serious.
もし犯人が老子君を演じているのなら、彼は電話などできない状態だということだ。もう彼と生きて再会することは叶わない。
If the culprit was impersonating Senior, meant he couldn't speak, meant I would never see him alive again.
だから私は老子君の生存に望みをかけて戦力を二分させることにしたんだ。
That was why I decided to split our forces in two, all the while hoping that Senior still lived.
洋館で罠が待ち受けていようとも無事なように、護身術に長ける武装君と大和君を同行させてな。
By virtue of their self-defense expertise, I sent Armor and Rowdy to the manor, in case there were any traps.
ただ推理の結果はご覧の通り的中だ。自分の推理力を今日ほど恨んだことはないよ。
But as you can tell, my conjecture was right on the mark. I've never tested my powers of insight as much as I do today. Her mirthless, sorrowful laughter startles me. I realize now that those skilled at detective reasoning can also foresee the grim future. Ideal Detective predicted the death of her friend. The pain she's feeling must be greater than I can even imagine.
だが探偵の仕事は悲劇を嘆くことではない。悲劇の真相を解明し、陰惨たる結末を覆すことだ。
However, detective's job is not to lament tragedies, but to unravel the truths behind them and reverse their bleak outcomes.
殺害された同志23名の無念は必ず晴らしてみせる。
Our 23 murdered comrades will not go unavenged. On this, you have my word.
探偵諸君、私に協力してくれ。この島に集まった13人の力が合わされば、必ず八つ咲港の計画を阻止できるはずだ。
Ladies and gentlemen, call upon your aid. If all 13 of us combine our efforts, I know for a fact that we can stop the quartering Duke. I realize that everyone else is silent, each of them listening intently to what Ideal Detective is saying. It's incredible to think that they were all arguing just moments ago. In such a short amount of time, the strength of our abilities and resolve has gained the trust of our fellow detectives.
早速だが、みんなに調べてもらいたいことがある。詳細な指示はデバイスで送るから、今から伝える場所に各自赴いてくれ。
Now, without further ado, there's something I'd like us all to investigate. I'll send the details via D-pad. For now, please go where instructed.
私の頭に浮かぶおぼろげなる真実は、君たちの捜査が終わった頃には輪郭を得て、間もなく実相を私たちの前に表すだろう。
I have a vague sense of what really happened here. By the time you finish, the truth should take shape and reveal itself before us. So I know a little while ago during the stream, I was like, hey, so I wonder if it's like a Danganronpa where, you know, we're going to have to solve the case and it's one of us who did the actual murdering part. It seems like that's what's happening here. Unless there's a twist, right? But at the very least, you know, I talk about, you know, I like Danganronpa enough. It's It's up there for me as far as video games and stuff. And it makes sense that, like, obviously the gameplay is a murder happens, one of the kids did the murder, and then you catch them, then they get punished, right? But it's always like, oh man, how'd they figure and think to do a certain crime, and try to get away with it, and almost get away with it in most cases, until like you figure out the thing. And I know they're ultimates or super high school level whatevers, but like there is always a sense of like, hey, why would they have the ability to like get away with almost the perfect crime? And at least in this theory, it makes sense that like they're all like really highly trained or highly, well, detectives, And so you would think that detectives who know of all the trappings and then all of the ways to like catch someone doing crimes and shit would also in theory, in quotes there, also know what to do to pull off the perfect crime too. You know what I mean? Like it's more likely as opposed to a Danganronpa where it's just like, hey, I'm a kid and I almost pulled off the perfect crime. This is like, oh, we're all like high level detectives and we know how to solve crimes. So then you would think that if a detective actually did the crime, they would be really good at pulling it off. Does all that rambling make sense? I hope it makes sense. I'm trying to make a point that it's a little more believable. Of all things, slightly more believable than Danganronpa like type situation as far as like pulling off the crimes. I do wonder what the motivation would be though, right? Maybe we're gonna get that later on once we do the actual solving thing. But obviously in Danganronpa, it makes sense. You're tempted to do the crime and kill someone to try to get out and free yourself. In this, we need to figure out why is it someone did. I'm speaking a lot for something we might get the answers to, not too long from now, but just rambling here, spitballing. All right, so Ideal Detective says she already feels as if she may already know what's kind of going on, which is great. She seems dope. Ladies and gentlemen of the Detective Alliance, let us reverse this tragedy. Let's spin the chessboard around. After receiving directions from Ideal Detective, the others take their leave from the basement to begin their investigations. We had been divided into teams of 3, leaving Ideal Detective, Armored Detective, and myself with the crime scene. Oh hey, I get to team up with Ideal Detective? That's cool. Ideal Detective appears to be deep in thought, so I decided to join Armored Detective in examining the body. True to the Quartering Duke's name, the victim's head, arms, and legs have all been severed away from the torso. The more I look, the more horrific the manner of death appears. It's so savage I can't believe the culprit is even human. But the cruel truth is inescapable. What lies before us is the depraved work of not a monster, but a person.
無能殿、この遺体、いくらワイヤーを使用したにしても、断面が綺麗すぎる気がせぬか?
Sir Incompetent, even if the culprit used a wire, do these cross sections on the corpse not appear too clean to you?
断面?
The cross sections? Grudgingly, I take a closer look at the severed parts. They've been cut so perfectly straight, it seems unnatural. Surely a human body couldn't be that easy to slice clean through. Evidence acquired, overly clean cut. Is that just a meat chunk? Looks like someone cut like a meatloaf. Gross.
いくらこのワイヤーの切れ味が優れているとしても、
perhaps?
人の力で切断しようとすれば、途中で切断面にズレが生じると思うのだ。
No matter how keen a wire's edge may be, by no means could mere human strength saw through a limb in one smooth stroke.
ハサミで紙を両断する際、何度もハサミを開閉すれば、それだけ切り口が歪むであろう。
When cutting paper with scissors, the blade's path shifts each time you part and join them, does it not?
そうですね。切り直そうとするほど微妙に歪んでしまいます。
True. And the more you try to correct it, the more misshapen it gets, if only subtly.
あれ、つまり犯人は 人の力ではない。別の方法でワイヤーを巻き取ったってことじゃ。
Wait, so then the culprit didn't use human strength, but rather some other method to wind the wire around Senior Detective?
では、その方法とは、つまり
Another method. Of course. This could only mean...
つまり
It could only mean?
全然わからぬ。
I haven't the faintest clue.
僕もです。
Goofy. Me neither. Both of our shoulders droop.
そういえば、
Both of
な
our
ぜか天井
sprites
から血が滴ってくるのだが、
move downwards.
人間の血液は天井に届くほど勢いよく吹き出すものなのか？
Come to think of it, why is blood dripping from the ceiling? Does human blood have the force to spray that high into the air?
本当ですね。天井にもべったりと血がついてる。どうしてだろう。
Huh? You're right. The whole ceiling splattered red. What could have caused that? Oh, so all of them are like blue and black. Artist rendition of evidence. The truth bullets. Bloodstained ceiling.
わかったぞ。
Eureka!
何が分かったんですか、武装さん。
Did you figure something out, Armor?
我では力不足だということがよくわかった。やはり我には推理は不向きなのである。
Indeed. I've determined that we are woefully unfit for this task. 'Twould seem mystery solving is far beyond our ken.
素直な人だな。
Huh. You don't mince words, do you? True to his appearance, Armor really does fall on the bronze end of the spectrum. Takes all kinds to be a detective, I guess. However, being that I'm the top suspect in this case, his candor and utter lack of suspicion are a total relief. Though he does strike me as kind of an enigma somehow.
幾分かリラックスした様子じゃないか、無能君。
I see you've managed to relax a bit. Incompetent. Ideal detective approaches, visibly enjoying herself.
先ほどまでの怯え切った顔と比べると段違いだよ。まああの顔はあの顔で愛くるしかったがな。
I'm glad that deer in the headlights look from before is melted away. Though I suppose it did have its charm.
武装さん、
Almost choked there.
考え事は
Trying to
終
drink
わったんですか。
Were you able to sort out whatever was on your mind, Ideal?
ああ、推理の展望はおおよそ見えた。あとは証拠を得るために各自に指示を出すだけだよ。
Yes, I've nearly deduced every element of this case. All that's left is to have the rest of you set to work finding the evidence. We've only just started and already she's pieced together the truth of the situation. With intellect like hers, it's no wonder she's the de facto head and second highest ranked member of the DA.
理想殿は何故我をこの場に残したのだ。お主は我のサポートなど不要だと思うのだが。
If I may, Lady Ideal, wherefore did you station me here? I scarcely believe you would require my assistance. I've got a bad feeling that if Ideal is apparently the super great detective and she's already solving things, that her time for this, her time being alive may be short. I think it's one of two things. I was gonna say, mostly, my first idea was if someone wants to get away with a murder, they're probably gonna murder her so that she is unable to help solve the case. But also, second potential is that she does a little bit of murdering, and then you're gonna have to accuse her, which would be very sad, but understandable.
ああ、はっきり言って推理力の面において私は武装君にさほど期待はしていない。
You would be correct. Frankly, I have low expectations of you, Armor, as far as your powers of deduction are concerned. Ideal gives a quick, straightforward reply, to the point where it's almost impressive.
だが、君ほど愚直に他者をかばう者はいない。武装君の性格は君自身が思う以上にチームで動く際にいい影響を与えてくれる。
However, no one defends others with as much sincerity as you. Your personality impacts the team far more than you realize.
今、無能君が落ち着いて推理に臨めているのだって、武装君に対して心を開いているからだろう。
It's because Incompetent feels comfortable around you that he's able to tackle the case with a calm mind. Isn't that right? I nod. She's hit the nail on the head. I'm much more at ease now than when everyone was cluttered around me earlier. It's probably due to how much I already trust armor, as well as how confident I am that he would protect me from danger.
正直に言うとね、もうこの現場には調べるべき箇所など何もないんだよ。
Though if I'm being honest, there's nothing more in here worth examining at this stage. Come again? So all of our investigative efforts were for nothing?
ただ、だからこそ断言できる。先ほどの君たちの推理はとてもいい方向に向かっていた。
However, that's precisely why I can say with certainty that you are on the right track. Wonderfully done, both of you.
推理が得意な探偵が他に一人でもいれば、きっと多くの事実に気がつくことができただろう。
Were another detective skilled in deduction around, I'm sure you would have picked up on a multitude of other points.
我々の強みはチームで行動していることだ。君たち二人が話し合いながら調査していたように、足りない力は補い合っていけばいい。
Our success lies in teamwork. Consider how much progress was made by combining your strengths rather than working alone.
この大切さを理解してくれると思ったからこそ、君たちには私のそばに残ってもらったんだよ。
I kept you here with me because I was positive that you would understand how crucial this concept can be. Ideal Detective's voice brushes against us with a gentle comfort. At this moment, I see her not as our mature, mysterious leader, but for the young girl she is, as if her mask slipped off.
さて、他の探偵たちに指示を出しに行こうか。単独行動は避けたいから、二人もついてきてくれ。
Now then, let's give the other detectives their next instructions. And stick close if you would. I wish to avoid moving alone. With that, Ideal Detective leads us out of the basement. There's nary a soul before the passageway. Where could the other detectives have gone to investigate?
探偵デバイスのマップ機能を使用するといいよ。
Perhaps you should try using the map function on your D-pad. As she speaks, Ideal Detective shows us a screen of her own device.
私たちのいる館のマップと各探偵の位置が表示されているのがわかるか？
This is a map of the manor. See how each detective's position is marked? I do see that. Look at this.
このマップには位置情報の共有機能をオンにした探偵の姿が映る仕組みとなっているんだ。
Anyone who has the location sharing feature turned on will appear here.
デフォルトではオンになっているから、お手洗いへ行くときなどはオフにするといい。
It's set to on by default, but there are times you may prefer to turn it off, such as when visiting the restroom. Yeah, no one wants to know when I'm in the restroom, alright?
どこに誰がいるのか一目でわかる。
Incredible. You can see where everybody is at just a glance.
渋谷殿、社畜殿、大和殿が見当たらぬのだが。
But I do not spy Lady Downtown, Sir Workaholic, or Lady Rowdy.
ああ、彼らには外の見張りをお願いしたよ。犯人が外部に逃げた可能性も考えうるからね。
Indeed, I asked them to stand guard outside. There's a possibility the culprit may have fled there, you see.
なんだと？では我も向かうのである。殺人鬼がうろついているやもしれぬ外を女性たちが歩むなど放っておけぬ。
What? Then let us sally forth as well. Cannot allow the fair maidens to stroll about outside whilst the killer is on the prowl. Moments after shouting this, Armored Detective rushes toward the entrance.
言ってしまった。社畜くんも大和くんもいるから平気だと思うが。
Off he goes. With Workaholic and Rowdy there, they should be fine, but...
まあよしとしようか。無能くんだけに教えておきたい機能もあるしな。
Well, let's leave him be. There are some things I wanted to tell you alone anyway, incompetent. I love how my name's Incompetent Detective, so it's just shorthand incompetent. Ideal Detective continues her explanation.
このデバイスのマップには実はさらに3つ便利な機能があるんだ。まずは探偵たちが怪しいと感じた場所、ミステリーポイントをマーキングする機能。
The map has 3 additional features. First is the marking function, which flags mystery points, locations the detectives find dubious.
もし捜査に行き詰まった際は マークの場所を推理するといい。それとマップの色が変わっている箇所が見えるか？
Try checking these marked points if your investigation stalls out. Now, do you see how that one spot on the map is a different color?
それは私が個人的に怪しいと感じた箇所を色付けしたもの。エビデンススクエアだ。そのエリアのどこかに証拠品が隠れていると考えていい。
That is a location I've personally deemed suspicious. An evidence square. You can assume these areas contain hidden evidence.
そしてもう一つが各自の現在の行動を伝え合う行動の共有機能だ。
Finally, there's the share action function, used by each individual to share whatever it is they're currently up to.
試しにカーソルを文学探偵に合わせてみるといい。彼女が今何をしているのか一目でわかるはずだよ。
As a demonstration, let's try moving the cursor over to Bookworm Detective. You should immediately be able to tell what she's doing. A detective's next action, such as infer or inspect, will be displayed overhead. Infer or inspect. Hover the cursor over detective to see where they intend to move next.
暖炉に違和感を覚えたか。やはり文学君はいいセンスをしている。だが彼女一人ではまだその意味に気づけないだろう。
She has an odd feeling about the fireplace. Bookworm truly does have a good sense for this, but I doubt she'll figure it out by herself.
さて、無能君に質問だ。自分では解けない謎に出くわした際、君ならばどうする？
So here's the question for you, incompetent. What would you do if you encountered a mystery you couldn't solve on your own? Persevere and continue searching. A real man never quits. I'm gonna say ask for help from my fellow detectives.
先ほどの経験が早速生きているな。物覚えのいい子が好きだよ。
Your experience just now is already paying off. I like people who are quick on the uptake.
私も君と同意見さ。自分一人で解決できない問題なら仲間の力を借りればいい。
The two of us are in accord. When faced with a problem you cannot solve alone, you must seek aid from your companions.
だが、得てして探偵はプライドが高いものだ。いかんせん普段は一人での捜査が大半のため、多くの者は連携の経験が少ないんだよ。
But detectives are such prideful creatures, and sadly, most conduct their investigations alone, so they lack experience collaborating.
様子を見る限り、文学君もその一人だな。協力を促したところで無意味だろう。
From what I've seen so far, Bookworm is one such example. Encouraging her to cooperate would likely be pointless.
じゃあどうすれば？
So what should I do then? Ideal Detective answers me with a smile.
介入してしまえばいいんだよ。彼らの推理にね。
You should intervene on their investigation, that is.
介入？
Intervene?
つまり、探偵デバイスを通じて探偵たちに今とは別の行動を命じるのさ。
So we like push them around like they're a sim? In other words, use the D-pad to instruct them to do something other than their current task.
近くにいる魔界君が適任だな。文学君の元に移動させ、一緒に操作してもらおう。
Mystic is nearby, so he'll suffice. Let's have him make his way to Bookworm so they can investigate together.
じゃあ指示をよろしく頼むよ。
Now, issue the command if you would. Huh? Issue. I freeze up as she casually orders me to do something completely unexpected.
何を硬直している？可愛いやつだな、君は。私になりすまして指示を出せと命じているだけじゃないか。
Why so stiff? Honestly, you're too cute. I'm merely asking you to pretend to be me and give some direction, that's all. That's all. What Ideal Detective is asking for isn't so easy to just gloss over. Even so, her expression remains dead serious.
大丈夫だ。メールを送る感覚で行える。私のデバイスを渡すから指示してみるんだ。
It'll be fine, like sending an email. Here's my D-pad. Try issuing a command to him.
どうして僕が？
But why me?
未知への挑戦こそが探偵の本分さ。何事も経験だと思ってやってみるんだ。
Facing the unknown is precisely what a detective is obligated to do. Everything is a chance to gain experience, so go on. Doesn't seem like I can get back out of this. Can back out of this one. I'll just have to try giving some instructions. Intervene with detectives to reassign their independently planned actions. Huh. Detectives left to their own devices will make errors, investigate alone, and generally act inefficiently. Oh, okay. So they are dumb. It just like I was saying earlier, like a sim, if you just let them kind of do their own thing, they're gonna... Yeah, maybe they'll occasionally know to go to the restroom before they piss themselves or something, but at some point you have to be like, hey, go to work. Go sleep. Take a shower. Boost. Intervene with these individuals and make them work together in order to facilitate a more efficient investigation process. I like the question marks and the squiggly lines. They're like, I don't know what I'm doing. To have Mystic cooperate with Bookworm, simply move him to a spot beside her. 9 hours remain until annihilation. Jesus. Oh, here we go. Okay, so, wait. So this... I'm assuming, again, bringing up Danganronpa, I assume this takes place of, like, in Danganronpa during an investigation, you literally just, like, move around the world and then just click on things and gain, like, truth bullets. I assume this is in place of that. They're, like, gamifying the... Also, what is this? They're, oh, is that... It's not accessible. They're, like, gamifying... the investigation thing in like this weird little like fake board game looking thing. All right, so all of them are intervenable, it says, but what are these red spots? I wonder. Oh, you can zoom in and out. So that's why the stats are there. All right, so it's starting to make sense. Okay. Oh, look at the little picture. Look at the little picture of their piece moving. So, Mood Detective, have Mystic Detective move to Bookworm. Okay, so I assume I confirm on you. They say their little thing. I'm gonna move you. And there's so many spaces I can move them, probably based on what? Speed? What's his movement? 8? Yeah, so it's a square for each of their movements, I'd assume. What is this? So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, okay. Move them over there. Boop, 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 boop. Confirm. Take a look. I'm taking a look. See how even with both their inference values combined, they are unable to solve the mystery of that fireplace? Oh, 6 and 5. 11. So the number on that MP. At times like these, you should give a command to a detective who is skilled at assisting. Detectives are able to assist each other from adjacent positions. Any character who is making an inference already or plans to do so can be assisted. Any character who is making an inference already or plans to do so can be assisted. Right. Assisting lets you add a helper's assist value to an individual's inference value. So Mystic has an assistance of 8, which is better than obviously. Okay. I see. So in this thing, so like if it was the roles were reversed, if Mystic was inferencing and he had a 5, and then you assisted with Bookworm, her assistance only 4, so it'd still be bad. So her assisting him would be bad and not work. But Mystic assisting with his 8, her inference of 6, 14, better. I get it. Utilize this command properly to keep your investigation on track. So have Mystic Detective assist before. I got this.
神に感謝。
いい指示だな。ときめいたよ。
I like this music, nicely instructed. I'm impressed.
二人の推理力の高まりをぐいぐい感じる。これなら暖炉の真相にも容易に気づけるはずだ。
I can already feel that their powers of inference have been enhanced. Now they should easily discover whatever that fireplace is hiding.
さて、次はエントランスホールに視点を移そうか。
Alright, let's check the entrance hall next.
家族くんがシャンデリアの周囲を独占しているな。美食くんと飛躍くんは遠慮して彼女から離れているらしい。
Posh is keeping the area near the chandelier all to herself. Gourmet and Doleful are holding back to give her space.
操作に遠慮は禁物だ。美食くんにはシャンデリアを家族くんと二人で推理をしてもらおう。
Holding back, however, is unacceptable in investigation. Let's have Gourmet assist Posh with investigating the chandelier. Each mystery point has a set amount of resolution points. Each mystery point, right, has a set amount of resolution points. You can uncover an NP's secret by reducing its RP to 0. Okay, so the number in it is the RP, and the MP is the physical space on the board, I assume then? Right. Advance in the investigation. Trive and Gourmet detectives assist Posh detective to reveal this MP's hidden mystery. Yeah. So, like, again, here we go. So, assistance for inference is only 2. Posh Spice sucks. I like the fickle. I assume it's just for the tutorial part of this. Unless it means that's what they're going to do, right? Let me see something. I assume actually not that. I think the movement thing is what they're about to do if I don't intervene. So he's gonna move out.
どうかしたの？甘味完食、雨あられ。
エクセレント。
Excellent! You're a quick study. It seems. I'm reading over my bed.
飛躍くんにはどうしてもらおうかな。あの子の得意なスキルを知っているかい？
Now, what should we have Doleful do? Do you know what skill he excels at?
飛躍さんのスキル。
Doleful's skilled at discovering evidence, right? I shit talk him.
その通りだ。探偵に欠かせない。
He's excellent at being a little baby. She's like looks at me. She gives me a look like. Precisely. Is a wonderfully observant eye, indispensable in a detective.
飛躍くんの最たる特徴は自分への脅威を引きつけてやまないその体質。その影響で事件の手がかりを発見しやすい。
Doleful's key characteristic is that he always draws danger to himself. As a result, he is more predisposed to finding clues.
飛躍くんには体質を生かしてシャンデリアの周囲を調べてもらおう。私の推理では手がかりが残っているはずだ。
Let's have Doleful use that special trait of his to inspect the area near the chandelier. I'm willing to bet there's a clue left behind there. Evidence squares, yes, contain evidence within. Detectives can find these hidden clues by performing an inspection. An inspection's range varies with an individual's inspection value. So we know what inference does, we know what assistance does, movement does, and then there's going to be inspection here and then analyzation at some point. An inspection's range varies with an individual's inspection value. For example, Doleful is able to inspect up to 5 squares away. I see. Inspection is like a movement, it seems. So you can inspect from further away. Interesting. Try intervening with Doleful to have him inspect the evidence square.
何か用かな。
Yeah. Okay, interesting.
いいね。理想的な指示だ。私は誇らしいよ。
Bravo. That was an ideal command you gave. I'm swelling with pride.
さて、チューニングは完了だ。そろそろ探偵ライブのスタートといこうか。
Alright, that's enough warming up. It's time to raise the curtains on this detective show.
捜査開始の指示を出して経過を見守ろう。
Give the order to start the investigation. Keep an eye on the passage of time. Once the detective's actions are set, press options to access the main menu and select investigate or preliminary. Investigate or preliminary. Upon selecting investigate, the detectives you have intervened with will follow your commands, while the rest will act independently. In a preliminary investigation, only those you have intervened with will act. It is wise to begin with this, as it can uncover new mysteries or clues. Right. While we haven't intervened with Techie, there isn't much to do, so let's start the investigation anyway. Okay. I was about to say, why does it want me to give, like... Yeah, it's not even gonna let me do it. So he's gonna move on his own, and it shows us what he does. And the game's basically telling us, like, hey, it's fine. Oh, I can pull up this menu. I'm seeing what all the different buttons do. Okay, so if I hit the shoulders, you can go bring up like a... I would assume the only thing we haven't figured out are what are these red spots do. I must know. Some characters are still intervenable. Yeah, well, I mean, game. Those are two evidence things. Sure. Investigate, yes. There he goes.
この辺りを調査すればいいんだよね。よし、ガム。
Okay, time to inspect this area. Here I go. God.
転んじゃった。あれ？絨毯が切れてる。どうしてだろう。
I tripped again. Huh? Part of the carpet's been cut off. I wonder why. Evidence acquired. Scrap of carpet. Okay. Boost! Look at the help. Teamwork makes the dream work or
なぜ
whatever.
私が協力しなければなりませんの？一人で十
Oh,
分ですわ。
Posh, shut the hell up. What? Why should I cooperate with you? I can handle this alone, thank you very much.
まあまあ上等なお肉だってスパイスが効いてこそ美味しく食べれるものじゃない？
Yeah, but if she didn't assist you, she wouldn't be there to squeeze her titties towards you as being displayed there. Don't you want that, Posh? Now, a fine cut of meat is even tastier with the right seasonings, yes?
家族ちゃんはこの私を自分の推理に美味しく生かしてくれればいいのよ。
In other words, Posh, you can use me to spice up your deductions.
確かにその通りですわね。さあ美食さん、私を引き立てなさい。
That's a fair point. Very well. Enhance my flavor, gourmet. Oh, now she's like, chill with it.
家族ちゃん、ちょっと見てもらっていいかしら。
Chandelier's all nicked up. Posh, can you take a look at this?
なんですのこの傷。まさか犯人が老子探偵を殺した方法って。
Huh? These scratches. Could they be a hint as to how the culprit killed Senior Detective? Evidence acquired. Scratched chandelier. Boost.
なぜあなたと一緒に推理などしなければならないのでしょうか。と少女は不満げに口
So I gotta start reading it like she's saying this whole thing. Why must I investigate with you? Asked the girl, her lips pouting in dissatisfaction.
まあそう言うな。父の胸を借りるつもりで推理してみろ。
Don't say that. Think of this as a chance to learn from your father.
暖炉というものはやはり趣があるな。薪を都度入れなければならないのは手間だ。
Hearths do hold a rustic charm, but having to add the firewood every time is a bit of a hassle.
薪そっか。
Firewood. That's it. I mean,
そういうことですか。少
so,
女は自分の抱く違和感の正体に気づいた。
so that's it. Mused the girl, finally pinning down what seemed to miss. So she fucked up her own bit, and then she's like, I gotta retry. It's funny. Fireplace. Burnt glove. Burnt glove.
君の指示によって捜査が大きく進展したな。
Your directions have truly made a difference in how well the investigation is progressing.
君は私が現れた際、探偵たちに協力を促していたが、あれは非常に的を射た発言だったんだ。
When I arrived, you pushed the others to work together. It was remarkably pertinent of you.
探偵と警察の最大の違いは本来、組織だって行動せず、自分一人で解決することだ。
The key difference between detectives and the police is that while we may be an organization, we solve cases alone rather than together.
あえて悪い言い方をするならば、自分こそが事件の主役だと思っているわけだよ。これでは探偵同盟最大の強みである有能な探偵たちが組織行動を取れる点が全く活かせない。
To put it unkindly, detectives see themselves as a lead role of investigation. Thus, our capability as a team of experts goes unrealized.
あの八つ咲子を相手取るのならば、そんな無謀な姿勢ではダメだ。我々が率先して協力を促していこう、無能君。
If we're to take on the quartering Duke, we can't abide reckless behavior. Let's you and I take the lead in encouraging everyone to collaborate.
僕なんて
How could someone like me do that? There's no way any of those detectives would follow what I say. Plus, they don't even need me. Ideal Detective alone should be able to hold them together.
自分を卑下しがちな点は君の美徳であり、いずれ直さなければならない弱さでもあるな。
Your tendency to downplay yourself is a virtue, but also a weakness you'll be forced to address someday. See, I think this is marking her for death. I think she's gonna die soon. Because she's like, hey, you're gonna have to do this too. You know, it just feels like we're working towards close soon her having to die. Ideal Detective speaks as though she can see into my very soul.
ただ、歴史に名を残す指導者は得てして臆病者であると言われている。それは彼らが自身に何がなせるかより、むしろ何ができないかを知っていたからだろう。
Leaders who make history are often said to be cowards, likely because they fixate not on their potential, but their limits.
自分の弱さを知れば、強さもおのずと見えてくる。無能君もきっとそうなってくれるものと私は信じているよ。
Know your weaknesses, and in time you'll know all of your strengths. Confident you'll go through this as well, incompetent.
どうしてあなたはそこまで僕のことを。
Why do you have so much faith in me? She opens her eyes wide, fretting over something with an unfocused gaze.
まだ言えないというのは虫が良すぎるな。
I'd say I can't tell you yet, but that would be selfish of me, wouldn't it?
何かが起きる前に伝えておこう。私がこの場に君を呼んだ本当のわけを。
I should let you know before something happens. The true reason I called you here, that is. Come on, be something dope. The elusive air around her now feels tense. I'm frozen in place as her hydrangea-hued eyes stare at me. My heart is hammering and my body feels hot all over.
無能君、私の名前は。
Huh? Incompetent. My name is... What?
避けろ、無能君。
Run! Incompetent! Huh? The hell? At that moment, a powerful force crushes me, and my vision goes black. What the hell? What the heck is going on? Someone suddenly leaps on my back, taking me to the floor. Huh? There's music. My head spins, sparks explode behind my eyes, and my consciousness grows hazy. Through it all, I can feel a strong pressure on my throat. As my voice involuntarily slips out, I finally realize that someone's strangling me. I can't breathe. My mind starts to fade and my whole body starts to go pale. I flail about in desperation, catching nothing but air. If this keeps up, I know for a fact that it's going to kill me.
やめろ、下道探偵。
Renegade Detective, stop!
大丈夫か無能くん。
Are you alright, incompetent? No, I'm not okay.
一体どういうつもりだ下道探偵。
What in the world are you thinking, renegade detective?
デバイスのマーキング機能をオフにすれば、今みたいにいくらでも不意打ち可能だよね。
Turn off your D-pad's location sharing. You can pull off as many ambushes as you want, the way I did just now.
デバイスとにらめっこばかりしていると足元を救われるという懸念を伝えたかったんだ。許してくれ、ホームズ。
Wanted to show you the dangers of burying your head in that device. How easily you can slip and lose your footing. Forgive me, Holmes.
謝罪する相手が違う。この無能探偵深く、真摯に、心から詫びろ。速やかにだ。さもなければ、君の首のお守りが外れぞ。
You're talking to the wrong person. Incompetent here deserves a deep, sincere apology. Hurry now or that charm on your neck will pop.
オーケーオーケー。優先順位を間違っていたよ。Sorry.
Okay, got my priorities screwed up. Sorry. The lanky man has a nonchalant air about him. He turns to me wearing a fake smile.
俺は下道探偵。少しいたずら好きなだけの善良な探偵さ。
The name's Renegade Detective. I'm a virtuous investigator with a penchant for practical jokes.
好きな言葉は世界平和。趣味はボランティアだよ。仲良くしてくれ。
My favorite phrase is world peace, and I spend my free time volunteering. Hope we can get along.
なんだか真剣な話をしていたからついチャチャを入れたくなってしまったんだ。ごめんよ。許してくれるかな。許してくれるよね。ありがとう。
Your conversation was so serious, I just had to butt in with some levity. My bad. Can you ever forgive me? You will, won't you? Thanks. He prattles on with his apology, finishing up with a cackle. I startle when I notice a line of blood dripping down my neck. Is it really that funny to choke someone so hard that your nails rip their skin? I was genuinely prepared to die. How far is this guy willing to take a joke?
そんなに怯えた顔をしないでくれよ。そそられるじゃないか。
Come on, don't look so scared. Didn't he give you that tingling feeling? And now he's beaming at me, face flushed with joy. Out of all the detectives I've met, this is by far the most incomprehensible.
君の気まぐれはいつものことだが、今回は少々度が過ぎる。次に同じことを繰り返せば、リーダー権限で拘束するぞ。
As fickle as ever, but this time you've gone too far. Do so again and I'll exercise my authority as chief to restrain you. Ideal Detective's voice grows harsher as she steps up to Renegade Detective. Renegade jokingly leaps back in an overdramatic fashion.
わかったよ、マイホームズ。不自由はごめんだ。君の言葉に従うよ。
Oh, absolutely, dear Holmes. I sure would hate to be so inconvenienced. Your word is my command.
言ったな。
I'll hold you to that.
では今回の事件について、君なりの推理を口にしてみろ。どうせ君にも真実が見えているのだろう。
Now, tell us what you gathered about this case. I take it that you too have seen the truth of the matter. Renegade's eyes grow wide. He sighs.
やられたね。珍しくやけに怒ると思ったよ。
You got me. Did feel a bit out of character the way you got so upset.
初めから俺に自分から協力を約束させることが狙いかい？
You planned to make me swear I'd cooperate from the very start, huh?
当然だろ。感情に振り回される探偵は二流。一流とは感情を武器として振るうものを言うんだ。
Of course. Only second-rate detectives are controlled by their emotions. The finest use them as a weapon. Ideal Detective smiles in triumph, so her harsh tone just now was a lie. I was completely fooled.
まあいいか。ホームズのレアな怒り顔を見られた対価だ。俺の推理を述べよう。
Ah, well, it was worth it to see a rare glimpse of your fury. So fine. I'll share my thoughts with you.
この事件は純度が高すぎる。だから退屈でヘドが出るんだ。
This case is too transparently pure, so boring it makes me nauseous.
犯人はさぞ満足だろうね。ああ、 美しくない。美しくないな。
The culprit must be so self-satisfied. There's no beauty in it. Not in the least.
もっと殺しは醜くてさ、救いようがなくて感情がもつれてよどんで濁ってドロドロであるべきなんだよ。それでこそ心惹かれるというものさ。
Killing should be ugly beyond redemption, gnarled by emotion, oozing, cloudy, grimy. That's what makes it so fascinating.
何を言ってるんですか？
What are you talking about? His words are utter nonsense. What's more, he says it all so casually, as if he's telling a joke. Just listening to him makes my skin crawl. I'm not equipped to understand the person standing before me. Even the scene of the murder was less chilling than him.
推理するまでもなく中身が丸見えってことさ。絨毯の破片を調べてみるといい。俺の推理通りなら証拠が残っているだろう。
No need for guesswork. It's all plain as day. Check out that scrap of carpet. If my theory's right, some evidence should be left there.
俺を楽しませてくれよ。未来の名探偵くん。
Better show me a good time, oh future legend. And with that, Renegade Detective taps my shoulder and departs.
変わった探偵だったろ？
So why did he full body tackle me? A rather peculiar detective, that one.
はい。まるで。
Yeah, it was like... I stopped myself just in time. It was like talking to a villain, but I obviously can't say that.
まるで悪人と話している気分だったろ？
It's like talking to a villain, right? Ideal Detective speaks my thoughts for me without reservation.
その感覚は正しい。事実、彼は幼い頃に両親をその手で殺してしまっているんだ。
The hell? Your intuition is spot on. As a matter of fact, he killed his mother and father with his very own hands during his youth.
本物の殺人犯？それも両親をだなんて。そんな人がどうして探偵同盟にいるんですか？
He's an actual murderer, with his own parents too. How is someone like that even in the Detective Alliance? It doesn't matter if he did it as a kid. Letting him have this much freedom is unimaginable. Why he was let into the Alliance, I just can't fathom. It makes me suspect that he might even be the quartering Duke.
理由は簡単さ。彼ほど殺人鬼の気持ちがわかる探偵はいないからだよ。
The reason is simple. No detective understands homicidal maniacs better than he does.
その唯一無二の才能を生かし、私たち探偵同盟への協力を条件として一定の自由が許されているんだ。
He's been granted a degree of freedom on the condition that he uses his unique skills to work with the Detective Alliance.
性格上、他の探偵と連携できないために序列こそ4位だが、推理力は私と同格と言っていい。
Although his detective prowess is on par with my own, his personality stops him from working with others, keeping him at rank 4.
まさしくその名の通り、世界で最も下道な探偵と言っていいだろうね。
He's the most unorthodox detective in the world, a real renegade, as true to his alias, I did it again, alias as can be. Again, I find myself astounded by the diversity within the DA's personnel. Despite his past, he must be an outstanding detective now. He did give us advice after all, and even if he's terrifying, he surely has a talent for detective work.
仲間として信頼しないと。
I'll just have to find a way to trust in him. I whisper this to myself, as if doing so will clear the dark thoughts clouding my mind.
さて、想定外の時間が取られてしまった。速やかに推理の大詰めへと取り掛かろう。
This has taken up more time than expected. Let's move on to the meat of the investigation. No, Ideal, I'm sorry, but you were in the middle of saying something probably very important to me. And what's going to happen is you're going to die, and then that fact that you were going to tell me isn't going to be revealed, and that's going to be a crux of the whole thing. Don't act like I didn't remember our conversation before that being interrupted. Ideal? Ideal? Renegade told us to inspect the scrap of carpet that had been discovered.
こうしたエビデンスは的確な検証を行うことで事件を進展させてくれるんだ。新たなエビデンススクエアを設定しよう。
A careful analysis of evidence like this can help move a case along, potentially revealing new evidence squares.
近くにいる探偵だと家族くんや科学くんが検証の専門家だな。家族くんに指示を出してみよう。
Of all the detectives nearby, Posh and Techie specialize in analysis. Let's have Posh take a look. Boom boom. 8 hours remaining. Have Posh analyze. Have Detective Posh. Detective Posh.
ビンカートン家の誇
So
りにかけて
analyzation is the last one, right?
おっと、家族くんね。美食くんと連携させたことにへそを曲げて、私からの連絡
Oh,
を
what the
遮断
hell?
したな。
Oh my! Posh is disgruntled that we made her work with Gourmet. It would seem that she's blocked me from contacting her. Well, well, well.
これでは介入できないじゃないか。家族くんは本当に面白い子だよ。
Disobedience in the squad? Punish her. We won't be able to intervene with her like this. She certainly is amusing, that Posh.
それじゃどうするんですか？
So, wait. Oh, I mean, what? So what do we do now?
探偵たちはプログラムでなく人間だからな。このように介入ができない探偵も当然いるさ。
Detectives aren't programs. They're human. It's only natural for there to be detectives with whom you cannot intervene.
だからこそ指示する側の人間には臨機応変な指示が求められる。例えば今回なら科学くんへ指示を出すようにするとかな。
As such, whoever does the instructing must be able to adapt to the situation. In this instance, we can try giving directions to Techie instead.
科学くんならこの証拠品も的確な検証を行えるはず。さあ、絨毯の切れ端の検証を命じるんだ。
Techie should also be capable of performing a precise analysis of this evidence. Now, tell him to analyze that section of carpet. When the icon above a detective turns red, you'll be unable to intervene with their actions. Okay. These individuals will decide actions on their own, so prepare for trouble and respond accordingly. Oh, for fuck's sake. Evidence you've collected can be analyzed. Each piece has an assigned difficulty level. Ah, I see. Higher levels require higher analyzation values. Doleful only has 2. Note that items acquired from an MP do not require additional analysis. Items acquired from MP, evidence from an ES, however, must be analyzed by a detective of sufficient ability. I understand. Okay. So like when we go to here, scrap of carpet, it's orange, it's got a thing. The ones we got from the NPs are fine, but this has a difficulty of 4. Hee hee hee, ho ho ho. So then it doesn't require like movement to a certain square or anything. So it's good to just
さあ、実験を始めま
give
しょ
them
う
a
か。
thing if they're like out of it. You know what I mean? What happens if I click something that's not? Okay. Perform a preliminary investigation to have Techie analyze this evidence? Yeah. Oh, it's telling me. I thought it was asking. Use preliminary investigations to stall time to keep tabs on other detectives' actions. Right. So now select preliminary. So just the ones that we've done. Yes. Yeah.
この絨毯の切り口、科学的に考えるならあれを使ったとしか説明がつかない。
The scrap of carpet. When we approach it scientifically, there's only one explanation for how it was cut.
早くエントランスホールの床を調べないと。
Quick, when you investigate the floor of the entrance hall.
エクセレント、やったじゃないか。新たに推理すべき箇所が見つかったぞ。
Excellently done. Now we have something new to consider.
猶予は残り少ない。家族探偵に指示ができない中で、あの箇所を推理するならどうすべきか。わかるか？
There isn't much time. Since we cannot direct Posh, what should we do to draw an inference on this new point of interest? Any thoughts? It's like she's Dora the Explorer talking to the TV, and I'm get the other detectives to fucking do the spot. New MPs and ESs will appear as the detectives advance the investigation. It is recommended to do a preliminary investigation first so that other detectives can still act afterward. This will help streamline the process as they can then move closer to new MPs or ESs that appear. Right. This will help streamline the process as they can then move closer to new MPs. Yeah, I understand. So I think every character has an ability to do a thing. Intervene on... Oh, can I...
僕が解決しましょう。
I thought maybe I could do like a move as well on them. But maybe not. Oh, I'm looking at the character things at the top there. So it says, I assume he can still move. Yeah, he's gonna still move. And he's still intervenable. I think everyone has a movement, and then I think they can also do an action. Is what that thing at the top makes it look like. I know one of the characters are red. Posh, so we can't do anything. So it's showing us you can't intervene at all. But the other ones, I would assume... Unless you can only do one and he's gonna just move. I guess we'll see, right? Who knows? Alright, intervene on Gourmet and Doleful and have them infer. So let's see, the thing is 9. Do I have to do the math? Let me see. Inference is 6. Assistance 4. 6 and 4. Inspection, inference 4. Assistance 4. So 4 and assistance is 4. So we gotta get her to do the thing and him to assist, or it's not gonna work. Oh, she could like... What if I zoomed in? No, it's gonna make me go here. Okay. Right. I almost clicked on the wrong one. Oh, am I not assisting at all? I think they're both inferring. That's weird. So I guess they're teaching us... I see. I thought it was gonna do the other assist thing, but what it's showing us is that 2 separate inferences can go on to reduce it down to 0. But then why even assist at all? Unless someone's assistance is way higher than inference, right? I guess that's the case. Like up here, we wanted to reduce the thing, and his assistance is so high compared to inference of 5. I assume that's the case then. And maybe this only could be interacted with one spot, maybe? So only one person could necessarily... I assume it's some math thing. Okay, so I'm gonna also have you infer. Alright, I click on the next thing. Good. Well done. You're a joy to behold. I look forward to seeing the results of this investigation. Oh yes, if there's a detective who is yet to move and you'd like them to go elsewhere, you should instruct them to do so. Take Techie, for example, since he's only done analysis so far. This mystery is centered in the entrance hall, so let's have him head there. A detective who's acted but did not move may do so following a preliminary. Right. Preemptively move individuals to the next point of suspicion to further aid your investigation. Right. I'm moving you in, I'm moving you in. I'm moving you in, I'm moving you in. Wonderful. Just like that. Now when you want him to perform an action in the entrance hall, you can do so without wasting any time. But won't the mysteries we're investigating there be gone by then? I wonder about that. We'll just have to await the results of their deductions with bated breath. Also, I would suggest having any idle detectives inspect the area. Though it might not directly pertain to the case, they could happen upon something interesting. Now, once they're ready, instruct them to begin their investigation. Upon starting an investigation, those you haven't intervened with will perform predetermined actions. If you notice any idle detectives, it's a good idea to check what actions they can perform. Detectives who don't act can relocate to any space on the map. To do so, select move, then press that. Detectives who don't act can relocate to any space on the map. To do so, select move, then press square. Be aware, however, that a detective will be unable to act after a map-wide movement. Right, so it's like you're expending their full turn to like move wherever. It's like you're conceding an action. I see. Now what are these red spots? Should I He's gonna go that way if I don't do.
少女は黙したまま一度うなずいた。
What does the red spot do?
少女はこくりとうなずいてみせた。
Do I need to inspect it? I'm curious if it's just okay, there's a couple possibilities. It does absolutely nothing, or you have to infer, or you just have to be on the spot when it happens. Let's try that. Let's go move. There they go. Big move. Big move, big move.
この床、よく見ると床板同士に隙間ができているわね。
Oh.
この隙間のおかげで音が下に通りやすいのかしら。
Oh, the floor. Closer inspection, I can see gaps between the boards. Maybe that explains how sound travels so easily down below.
この隙間ならワイヤーだって通すことができるはず。犯人が死体をバラバラにした方法ってもしかしたら。
The gaps are also wide enough to pass a wire through. This might have something to do with how the culprit dismembered the body. Floor gaps.
やはりな。床の隙間と絨毯の切れ端の関係性を紐解いたことで、入り口の扉付近のミステリーポイントとエビデンススクエアが出現した。
Aha! Solving the connection between the floor gaps and the carpet caused a mystery point and evidence square to appear by the entrance.
科学探偵にエントランスホールへ来てもらっておいて正解でしたね。
And we made the right call having Techie Detective move to the entrance hall.
そうだろ。一つ謎が解ければ新たな謎が生まれることもあるんだ。肝に銘じておこう。
Indeed we did. Sometimes solving one mystery leads to another. Be sure to keep that in mind.
さて、次は私は口出ししない。君が一人で探偵たちに指示を出してみるんだ。
Alright, I'm not going to tell you what to do next. This time you must command the detectives on your own.
無理ですよ。
Huh? There's no way I can do that.
無理じゃない。ここまで君は私の期待通り素晴らしい指示を見せてくれたじゃないか。
Can't you? You've been given great direction so far, just as I anticipated you would.
さあ、次は私の期待を超えてみせてくれ。君がその手で複雑怪奇な事件を紐解くんだ。
Now, you must exceed my expectations. It's up to you to unravel this bizarre and formidable case. Dots! Exclamation point. Her hydrangea eyes bore into me, rendering me speechless. She's serious. Her gaze holds no mirth, only anticipation. The chief of the DA is looking to me, an utter incompetent. If I turn back now, how will I ever become an exceptional detective?
やってみます。期待を超えてみせます。
I'll do it. In fact, I'll go above and beyond.
ありがとう。では私に見せてくれ。君の推理を。
Good. Show me how your mind works then. I look at the D-pad, the gears in my brain whirling frantically. Some mystery points are locked. You can access these mystery points by solving other mystery points beforehand or by analyzing evidence. Detectives will still attempt to investigate locked MPs, so be sure to analyze whenever possible. Okay. Oh, is she not gonna speak? How very intriguing, mused the girl, imitating the genius physics professor of a certain TV show. 7 hours. New keyword unlocked. Analyzed. So there's not a thing to do a thing. Did the spot go away because... Oh, it did, yeah. Oh, we got a keyword. I think we got a keyword by her going to this thing and analyzing it. I see. I see. So then I should do that here. If I go here and I go, hey, fucking inspect this shit. And then I go here and I do preliminary. There we go. Okay, we got it. So you do have to inspect the spot. This information seems useful. Should share it with the others. So we get new keywords. And I don't know what the keywords are going to be because they're not evidence bits, and I assume you don't have to. So I assume they're additional bonus things. So I'm gonna move him. So I'm gonna just treat these two basically as collecting these red spots. They're on the outside. Yeah, that's fine. So I thought she was gonna allow me to. I thought it was gonna be just a one-turn thing, but no, she's completely like, hey, I'm done being directed, which is so very funny to me. They're gonna be going. They're gonna be doing. Is this a doorway? I can't tell. I think it is. I think this is a back door. But I'll just do that to be safe. You might as well just gonna have to wait a turn, but 7 hours remain. Okay, so we want him.
どうされましたか?
Oh, his inspection sucks. So we'd have to move first.
さあ、実験を始めましょうか。どうされましたか? この足でもできる限りは調べますよ。
I see what we're doing. What is this switch on the wall? There's a separate one for the lights, so this must be for activating something else. Evidence acquired wall switch. Alright, so now this is locked, so it's locked by a certain thing. You would assume then that this needs to be analyzed. Analysis difficulty 3. So probably the person with the she only has a 3, the other has a 2. The choice has been made for me. So I assume we're going to be doing a lot of preliminary. Like I thought, the switch lifts the chandelier back up. Could use it over and over. It's a wonderful bargain, like a yogurt starter culture.
見事だ。今のように それまで推理できなかったミステリーポイントがエビデンスの減少によって推理可能となる例も少なくない。
Splendid. Couldn't infer anything about that MP before, but analyzing the evidence has made it possible. This will happen quite often.
推理するにはどんな情報が必要かよく見極めていこう。
Always ensure you find the information needed to properly make an inference. Yay. Oh, it's 13. 13! Now I can't
リンカー
direct
トン
you.
家の誇りにかけて
I cannot direct you.
何か用かな
And your movement kind of sucks. So if I move and then do total, and then just take up a spot right next to it, so that you'll be ready. I think that's everyone. I don't think I can... Six hours remain. Where are you going?
神に感謝だ。
We're not going to do that, okay?
少女はこくりとうなずいてみせた。めんどくさいと言いつつ少女は調べ出す。
How very intriguing, mused the girl, imitating the genius physics professor of a certain TV show. So they always have one line if they're gonna probably do that. Good enough then. So let's see here. You're doing your thing. God, you really, if really, there's gotta be... One sec. Is there a button to rotate the map? Feels like there should be. That's zooming. That's just this. Can't with the sticks. That just moves that. Yeah, there's not a way to rotate the map. It feels like, especially with these isometric views, usually in games, it's like, oh, there's a button to, like, rotate the map. It's not touchpad either. A damn shame. Okay, well. Look at that toilet. Anyway. Let's see. So you're gonna be doing a thing. Inference, assistance 4. What's your... I mean, you're just gonna do it. But it's gonna be shitty, right? You're gonna be bad at it. Isn't that your whole deal? Like, you're bad? Or you're because we can't direct you, so you'll be just...
何か用かな
And your assistance is 4. I wonder if these guys level up at all. Probably not, right? They're probably set in stone stats.
どうかしたの？
What if I... Can I... Can I assist her even if she doesn't want it? Like, I can't direct her what to do. We gotta limit test. This is the tutorial mission, so I have to limit test
どうか
myself,
し
right?
たの？
Yeah, that's not how this works.
甘味完食。
Oh, it
雨
allows
あら
me
れ
at least to take it all back. That's nice.
どうかしたの？
Okay, well, I think you just sit there. What are you gonna be doing? What are you gonna be doing?
何か用かな僕なんかでも解けるかな
僕が解決しましょう。
Okay, so it did move to 9. And she's just gonna do her thing. 2. So she did it. Let me see. Yeah, reference 2. She just okay.
神よオカルトの仕業だな良好だな
This information seems useful. I should share it with the others. I got the keywords. I'm interested to see. Maybe the keywords we're getting through these are just gonna be like flavor text stuff or like interesting notes, maybe trivia, if you will, like watching a movie and then you go to like the trivia section of an IMDb if you're so interested. See, her assistance is so high. It's better than the 2 inference she has, but she's such a piece of shit. I can't tell her what to do. All right, let's do teamwork to make the dream work.
さあ実験を始めましょうか。科学の力でお助けします。
何か用かな。
Oh, it's gonna do it. Okay, preliminary.
これを調べればいいんだよね。
Pushing the switch makes the chandelier go back up. If this was used in the crime, there should be something else mounted just above the chandelier. I have to get up there. Don't overexert yourself, okay, Doleful? I figured out what's going on, so let me check the ceiling for you instead. Evidence required. Enter door. Investigation investigation completed. Oh, we're just done. You're just done. So investigation completed. Turns left 5. D-pad. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, the keywords. Okay. So we can see they're gonna be just like residual thoughts. What are residual thoughts? Who fucking knows? I'm trying to think. We're now at about 4 hours of playing the game. And I do kind of want to play some Silk Song today. Do we take the BRB here? Maybe a bit of an extended BRB. I eat something real quick, and then we play Silk Song for the rest of the day. I think, especially if it's giving us a choice to save and we just did the investigation part, and then it's probably going to put it all together or whatever. Let's do that. Let's do that, knowing that I kind of want to play a bit of Silk Song tonight as well. Let's do that. I'm going to save. Is it going to take me directly? Oh, no, we're good.
お疲れ様。最高にときめく指示だったぞ。君がそばにいてくれて本当に良かった。
Okay, I'll do it, like I said, an extended BRB. I'm gonna eat something real quick, and then we'll just play some Silk Song for the rest of the stream. And that'll allow us to, you know, switch it up, hit all 3 games, surprisingly, and then also give me a chance to eat, because I am, like, the past like hour and a half, my stomach's been growling, I feel like. So we'll obviously hit more of this probably throughout this week. Not throughout, at least one time this week. Silk Song is probably, of these 2 games, this and Process of Elimination, going to be probably the more favored one as far as like trying to get done sooner than the other. But that doesn't mean we're going to just completely put Process of Elimination on the back burner. It's just the timing wise, it's not as pressing of a matter, if that makes sense for the channel. But we'll definitely probably want to hit this game like once or twice a week, probably. This week is going to be kind of weird because I'm doing the whole Higurashi like at least an hour kind of thing. But I would say probably expect to see this some other time, at least one more time this week as well. Probably not Monday, but maybe like either Wednesday or Friday nights. So that's kind of what we'll do. Like I said, I'll hit an extended BRB. I'll throw the clips going. I'll eat. I'll try to go quick, but not too quick. And then I'll get Silk Song booted up after that. But give me a good handful of minutes as I munch, okay? So be back shortly with that.